um, kita punya sesi pada petang ini dan juga malam nanti lah. Dia akan just sedia. You can you can make it like a conversation thing. Macam kita sembang on Zoom je lah.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi everybody. Thanks so much for organizing this, putting it together too. It's like really amazing lineup. Um, my name is Amrita. I'm gonna play some songs that I wrote. Most of them are like fairly new, so I kind of like also kind of testing them out as well. But this one I wrote maybe a few years ago, and it's kind of about how we're all. There's two ways to look at it. Like we're almost happy as a good thing. It's like we're so close to being happy, but we're not quite happy. And like if we're looking at the other side, it's like we're always almost happy, but never really fully happy. And this song is called Almost But Not Quite. Posing for pictures with vacant smiles. Conversation's been going on for miles. Laugh a little louder, won't you please? So they won't know you bleed. We're almost happy, but we're not quite there yet. We're almost happy, but we're not there yet. Hide all your memories behind the door. You and I don't need them anymore. But sometimes those skeletons come out to play, and you still know them by name. We're almost happy, but we're not quite there yet. We're almost happy, but we're not there yet. And all I've done wasn't worth anything. All I've said was anyone listening. In all the noise, it's easier to drown. But stop for a moment, breathe, look how far you've come. We're almost happy, but we're not quite there yet. We're almost happy, but we're not there yet. Thank you. So that song was called Almost But Not Quite. I just finished recording it, and it will be on my upcoming EP, which I'm not sure when it's going to be released yet, but we're just kind of like chill with it, seeing when it's done, it'll be released. Okay, this next song is a song that I wrote on Zoom actually, because during all this time we've been doing a lot of like Zoom performances and stuff, like Zoom sound checks, and there was one show that I did that had a really long sound check, and I was waiting for my turn, and this song just kind of like wrote itself, and it doesn't really have a title yet, but it's I think I'm gonna call it "Stop the Car" for now. Staring out the window at the broken lines. When we say hello and then we say goodbye, repeat 1,000 times. It's not easy, easy. It's not easy. Wish I could stop the car, turn around and start again. Wish I could stop the clocks, turn around and start again. False was the start. I mistook the spark for a loaded gun. Before it gets dark, you said to make a run for it and save what's left of your broken parts. It's not easy, easy. It's not easy, easy. Wish I could stop the car, turn around and start again. Wish I could stop the clocks, turn around and start again. And I can't wait to get out of this place I call my home. It's a sinking ship, but I don't wanna have to leave alone. I can't wait to get out of this place I call my home. It's a sinking ship, but I don't wanna have to leave alone. Alone, alone. Wish I could stop the car, turn around and start again. Wish I could stop the clocks, turn around and start again. Thank you. Okay. Oops. Is everyone doing okay so far? Doing good? It's I did not realize it was a public holiday today. So hope you're enjoying your weekend. it's still kind of like scary going out for me. I feel like at the same time I can't wait to like leave the house and like do normal stuff. And when I go out, I'm like, I just want to go back home. So over the past year or so, I've been writing a lot, like co-writing a lot, and just learning as much as I can about like songwriting. And I met this other songwriter. His name is Trevor Peverly, and we wrote a song over email and the internet together. And this song is kind of about what if we're bracing for like the end of the world and it doesn't happen. And it's called If the World Doesn't End. Yeah. I'm just pulling up the lyrics first. Okay. Everything's on fire. They're saying the end is near. Streets are empty. My first thought was to meet you here, in the middle of what could have been. You kiss me like it's goodbye, but what if it isn't? What if the world doesn't end, and tomorrow the sun comes up? Could we just pretend we never fell in love? If we said it out loud and it didn't come crashing down, and we're still breathing, what do we do with all our feelings? It'd be easier to stay here in this moment than to let it burn somewhere down the road. We don't have to lie awake in this silence. Kiss me like it's goodbye, even if it isn't. 'Cause what if the world doesn't end, and tomorrow the sun comes up? Could we just pretend we never fell in love? If we said it out loud and it didn't come crashing down, and we're still breathing, what do we do with all our feelings? What do we do now? What do we do now? Coming to the surface, moving in slow motion. Sirens break the silence, bracing for the moment. The clock's still ticking, the world's still spinning, and life still carries on. What if the world doesn't end, and tomorrow the sun comes up? Could we just pretend we never fell in love? If we said it out loud and it didn't come crashing down, and we're still breathing, what do we do with all our feelings? What do we do with all our feelings? Thank you. Do we have time to one? Is it okay if I play one more song? Is there time to finish this set? Or
Yeah, you can play one more song.
okay.
But just before we finish, so this is gonna be your last song, is it?
Yeah, this will be my last song.
Um, I just wanna say thank you to you for joining this event.
Thank
It's
you. Thanks for having me.
really important for us lah, and we really appreciate that you perform for this event. So I
Thank
hope
you.
you are doing well.
I think I'm doing well.
Um, so who who are you looking forward the most for today after this?
I'm not sure. I feel like I want to listen to everybody. Um, I'm looking forward to math class, and I haven't heard We Are Becoming Ghost yet. Sorry, I haven't heard your music yet, but I'm looking forward to it. And
Definitely. So thank you so much, Amrita. So dipersilakan last song.
thank you. And yeah, so thanks so much for like putting up this platform. I think like music and songwriting is a really like for me it's a really good way to like express myself and like to cope with things that I don't understand. And I think like everyone should like write or create, even if it's not for people to see. It's just to kind of like make your heart feel lighter in a way, like to output all your emotions into something. I think it kind of helps. And yeah, so this is my last song. Thank you for listening. It's the song that I wrote with my friend Sarah Peterson, and it's called Glitter and Gold. He puts flowers in my hair and tells me that I'm pretty. No one's ever said it like that. It makes me feel so happy. He says you can trust me, so I follow him right to this place where our story begins. Inside our own little snow globe, everything is perfect. Time doesn't know that we're here now, and it's just the way we like it. We're falling fast, dancing slow, sun shining through the window. It's glitter and gold. I still get butterflies every time when he leans in to kiss me. Not afraid to fall too far, 'cause I know he'll catch me. He says you can trust me, so I let go. We're breathing in as he pulls me close. Inside our own little snow globe, everything is perfect. Time doesn't know that we're here now, and it's just the way we like it. We're falling fast, dancing slow, sun shining through the window. It's glitter and gold, glitter and gold. It's glitter and gold. Thank you.
You guys can unmute and clap.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. So that's Amrita Soon. You dari mana, Amrita? Sorry.
Dari Subang.
Subang, all the way from Subang.
Yeah, very far away.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
So, seterusnya, we are going to be entertained by We Are Becoming Ghosts. But before that, kita akan break for some commercial break. Nanti kita jumpa lagi ya. Boleh tak? Alamak, macam mana nak share screen tadi? Sementara tu, we are becoming good. Are you guys there? Halo, dengar?
Dengar?
Sorry, aku layan sangat sampai aku dah. Okay. Kita seterusnya ke lagu kedua terus lah. Sebelum kita tu boleh, korang ada apa-apa pengalaman tak yang berkenaan dengan kesihatan mental yang korang rasa ada boleh share ke, boleh sembang ke?
Untuk personal diri sendiri, macam aku tak ada lah. Tapi untuk macam adik ipar aku, sejak kahwin ni aku tahu dia ada macam sedikit problem tu lah. So agak macam mana agak sedih lah. Macam tengok dia hadap benda tu.
Ada benda yang korang boleh macam share tak? Kalau what do you guys do to stay happy? What do you guys do especially in tough times kan, especially waktu kita tengah menghadapi pandemik ni semua, tak tahu apa jadi akan datang. So ada apa-apa yang korang buat rutian harian yang korang boleh share ke? To stay happy.
Kalau kita orang rasa stres apa, memang kita orang chat kat group je. Itu je, chat kat group. So cakap pasal muzik kan. So dari situ kita orang rasa macam semangat balik lah. Ada semangat balik datang. Macam tu lah. Kita orang selalu macam tu je.
Stay contact lah.
Stay contact lah. Lepas tu kalau nak lepak pergi lepak kan. Member kan. Nak bagi lupa masalah lain kan. Macam tu je.
Betul lah, support. Bagi aku peer support tu kuat lah, penting lah.
Betul.
So kita selalu macam brotherhood ke, sisterhood. Okay, seterusnya kita terus ke lagu kedua, We Are Becoming Ghosts. Ini live kat mana ni guys?
Live kita orang buat dekat Shah Alam.
Shah Alam so all the way from Shah Alam. Let's go. Sekejap. Let's stop share sekejap. Korang semua okey So, Tanya, terima kasih banyak. You are becoming ghost for the second song. Before kita pergi ke last song guys, korang ada apa-apa nak share ke with everyone yang ada dalam ni dan juga dekat YouTube?
Thank you kepada awak Moja.
Ada tim mati.
And siapa-siapa yang nak dengar lagu kita orang boleh search kat Spotify, YouTube, iTunes kan? iTunes. Kalau kat YouTube boleh search We Are Becoming Ghost, jangan lupa subscribe. Dan Facebook kita orang We Are Becoming Ghost. Instagram wabg.my. Alright, itu saja.
Alright, cun. Terima kasih banyak guys. So, one last round from We Are Becoming Ghost. This song is called. This song is called. Yeah. Ya, itu dia. Sekali lagi bagi tepukan untuk We Are Becoming Ghosts. Anda kembali bersama DJ Moja di Ekspresi and Online Mental Health Music Fest. Kita baru saja disajikan dengan persembahan hebat satu daripada Amrita Sun, a singer-songwriter yang with a beautiful voice. Kalau tengok komen-komen kat YouTube yang tengah live stream kat sana sekarang, semua puji suara Amrita, semua puji sound-sound instrumental yang hebat daripada We Are Becoming Ghosts. So thank you everyone yang join pada hari ini. Kita akan take a break sekejap. Sebelum kita share macam mana untuk, walaupun event ni free, kita boleh juga menyumbang donation juga lah, nanti kita akan share.
As the global pandemic
I have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but caused so logical perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature, and at the core of man is the spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here. The akal, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There's also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it feel like very numb.
I usually go by Farid. Two years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long.
Hi everyone, my name is Zulaika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
Alright, how you guys doing? You guys semua okay? Alright, Chun Benny. Kita tak nak bazirkan masa. Kita akan seterusnya beralih kepada performance seterusnya. yang bernama Listening Rate Chair. So aku harap korang semua enjoy. Okay Jeb, apa khabar?
Alhamdulillah Moja, baik. Apa khabar Moja?
Baik. Kita start dulu lah. Kita dengar dulu.
Boleh.
Lepas tu baru kita sembang.
Alright.
Dekat mana tu Jeb?
Abdi Moja.
Jeb ada kat mana?
Dekat Perak.
So all the way from Perak, Listening Rate Chair. Enjoy
dulu.
Audio record. Iya, boleh. Take 5.
Fascinating.
Itu dia lagu pertama daripada GRC. So kita ada Jeb kat sini.
Hello.
Mana Jeb?
Semua
Mana
dengar
Jeb?
suara saya dengar semua.
Dengar, handsome sekali suara. Itu awak ke yang kat dalam video tadi?
Alhamdulillah. Ya, tadi saya penyanyi dan juga pemain gitar untuk Glistening Red Chair.
Oh, tone jahat. Oh, Hafifi Ramli kata garang sangat lah. So, Jeb, boleh cerita share
Masih.
apa-apa perkongsian pun. Boleh, apa khabar Jeb sekarang? How are you doing over there?
Alhamdulillah, okey je. Sekarang ni, in terms of band, Glistening Red Chair baru release macam mini album lah. So, lagu tadi tu yang Elaborate Dream Estate ialah our first single. Release masa, kalau tak silap lah, aku dah lupa. Mei kot, I think. Mei 2021. After this, ada lagi 2 lagu pun daripada the new mini album jugalah. So, nanti korang boleh dengar. So, that was perkembangan band lah setakat ini. In terms of shows,
GRC ni tak adalah orang kata, rumors kata bubar lah apa ni.
tak adalah. Itulah macam bila pandemik melanda baru-baru ni, there were a few macam obstacles lah kan. Daripada band members menarik diri, kemudian kepada tak boleh main show, and all sorts of things membuatkan adalah rasa macam aduh apa tu semua ni, it is meaningless lah, macam tu lah. Tapi alhamdulillah sekarang dah recovering, hopefully this will kickstart a new phase lah.
Okay, sebelum kita bergerak ke lagu kedua, kalaulah saudara Jeb diberi peluang ni, sekarang ni kita buat satu platform untuk berkongsi di satu platform yang sama tentang kesihatan mental dan juga kepentingan muzik dan kehidupan harian jugalah, bagaimana dia membantu. You can dapatkan, nak sampaikan satu point lah, apa yang you nak sampaikan kat semua orang yang mendengar ni.
You mean dari segi
kalau
music,
dapat nak
music.
Sampaikan apa-apalah sesuatu tentang muzik ataupun kesihatan mental, nak bagi satu point penting, apa yang the take home message lah would you give?
Sebagai penulis muzik, I think creating the art music lah, creating the music itself is a good exercise sebenarnya untuk orang kata apa, mengurangkan intensity emotions tu, macam exercising demons lah, macam tu lah. Sebab kita tahu like a lot of things, bila dah pandemik ni kita tak boleh keluar, we are stressed at home and so on, kadang-kadang perasaan tu overwhelmed kan. So sebagai penulis muzik, pencipta muzik atau pencipta art lah as a whole, macam kita semua ni, I think it is a good exercise untuk kita balance balik diri kita, and hopefully orang yang dengar tu dia boleh rasa jugalah, and also help them to release their emotion juga. Yeah.
Cun, terima kasih saudara Jeb daripada Perak. Kita seterusnya
Alright, boleh. Lagu seterusnya.
Jeb, apa khabar Jeb?
Okay.
So, kalau engkau sebagai pendengar untuk yang ekspresi ni, siapa favourite kau lah? Top 3.
Hari ni je ke atau
Keseluruhan.
aku sebenarnya look forward untuk Hektik esok kan?
Esok, dia penutup.
Penutup, yes. Also lepas ni Imran Ajmain. Yes, Imran Ajmain.
Awak fan Imran Ajmain ke?
Saya fan juga lah sebenarnya. Kena mengaku. Lagi
Last
satu
one.
Lagi satu apa lah? Empty page boleh tak? Empty page pun hari ni kan.
Empty page malam ni ke?
Malam ni.
Okay. So last any last words sebelum kita ke lagu terakhir daripada GRC dan kita wrap up?
Thank you very much kepada Moja dan tim MIDI Mind ni lah kerana atas usaha menjayakan program ni. Ekspresi ni is a unique event lah. I find it interesting very much. So it's an honor to join. Also terima kasih kepada semua yang ada, semua yang mendengar. Terima kasih kepada Dream Projects Ipoh yang memberi ruang studio kita orang rekod lagu-lagu tu. Also thanks to Hadif yang tolong mixkan benda tu. Also thanks to Anwar juga atas audio punya consultations. Dan juga kawan-kawan lah semua. Kalau nak follow GRC, kami ada di Instagram lah. Instagram paling aktif lah. You can follow there at MY Glistening. GLISTENING. So segala update akan dekat sana. Okay, thank you so much.
Step out of the dark haze and step out of the dark haze and put your hands in the air. We need your sanity to function normally. Can you explain your situation? Are you under high above? We need to look for, we need to bridge
Okey, anda bersama semula saya DJ Mohd. Anda di Ekspresi, an online mental health music festival organised by MIDI_MY dengan kerjasama bersama Befrienders, Miasa dan juga One Moment for Them. Antara benda menariknya yang kita dapat collaborate ni, kita dapat One Moment for Them offer 65% off daripada dia punya online therapy, especially for any Malaysian musicians. It's gonna be a 45 to 1 hour punya session, 45 minutes to 1 hour punya session with a clinical psychologist. So I highly recommend lah. Original dia kata biasa RM150, tapi dia buat until next February. If any of you guys nak register, boleh start register today dekat I think safetalk.com I think. Anda boleh tengok dekat Twitter. And kita tak perlu melengahkan masa lagi untuk penyanyi seterusnya. Unfortunately dia tak dapat bersama kita pada waktu live, tapi dia baru sebab dia ada kena pergi somewhere else, tapi pagi tadi dia hantar video ni sebab dia baru record lah pagi tadi. So as if dia perform live jugalah. This is Imran Ajmain. Slot with the one and only Imran Ajmain. Okay.
Hi, Assalamualaikum everyone. My name is Imran Ajmain. I'm a singer-songwriter and I'm very glad to be part of Ekspresi. The issue that we are discussing today and tomorrow is very close to my heart. Mental health amongst musicians is highly neglected. It's a topic that is not talked about enough. Usually we talk about people in high stressful situations, and we tend to see musicians very low in that list. So how am I? How am I doing? I'm doing all right. The past 2 years have been a mishmash of virtual shows and talks, and I'm very glad that the scene is opening up again. How has the pandemic affected me? I feel that I lost a bit because a lot of my performances, my invitation to perform are with weddings and happy occasions, and that has not been happening for a while now. So I've missed that. I've missed that a lot. A lot of my songs are associated with weddings and anniversaries and baby showers. So I feel that losing that, something that I've been doing for over a decade, losing that has kind of spin me in a wild cycle a little bit because I've missed that so much. I was so used to the routine. Every weekend, every Friday, every random day in the week, I'm either at my restaurant or I'm doing live performances, and totally when that came to a stop, I needed to find a routine that kept me safe. So the virtual shows helped a bit, but the human interaction part is a bit tough, but I'm really glad that I have listeners or people who like my music and then they come forward during virtual shows like this. I appreciate it a lot. I think generally musicians appreciate it a lot when we are approached by people who like just one song, like the whole album, like us in general. I think that gives us a sense of reassurance, something that not all fans are ready to provide. I'm going to sing 2 songs today. These are remixes of my songs. So let's go.
indah semua, hanya dengan rasa. Ada saja yang tak kenal. Rupanya kau berkasih, menyingkir setia, sandiwara penuh dusta. Kini ku beri satu amaran, jangan nanti jadi cabaran. Aku ingin kau memadam kenangan, menjadi mimpi berterbangan. Jika engkau pergi, bulan dan bintang tetap masih di langit. Jika engkau pergi, air mengalir takkan berhenti. Jangan khawatir tentang diriku, ku janji takkan merinduimu. Bermusim resah hadir membelai, menyentuh hati kecewa. Janji sehidup semati, tinggal tiada lagi, impian hancur depan mata. Semakin terungkap kepastian, biarlah ku rela melepaskan. Padamu cinta cumalah mainan, sekadar untuk senda bersama. Jika engkau pergi, bulan dan bintang tetap masih di langit. Jika engkau pergi, air mengalir takkan berhenti. Jangan khawatir tentang diriku, ku janji takkan merinduimu. Sudah ku berikan engkau segalanya, jalan cerita pun takkan jika engkau pergi, bulan dan bintang tetap masih di langit. Jika engkau pergi, air mengalir takkan berhenti. Jangan khawatir tentang diriku, ku janji takkan merinduimu.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have some questions I want to read. Is keeping in check with your mental health plays an important role in your life, and why so? Generally, I think on my part as well, it's just me time, just happy times. Sometimes work and music. I mean, for me, work is not only music, and my music is not my only work. So I have to balance this out. I think as a working adult, having an active music career, that's something to juggle. I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way as well. So for me to keep myself in check, I think the me time plays a big role. You know, a lot of people think like me time is like going on a holiday, going on vacation, disappearing for a week, a month. But not everybody can afford that, whether it's money or time. And for me, it's time. I feel that me time is like going watch a movie, go out for favorite food, meet some of my friends. These kind of small routines play a big part in mental wellness and happiness. This is very important. You got to do that. Can you share what do you do in facing tough times and rough days? I think I myself have been in dark times. It wasn't during the pandemic, it was when I lost my dad a few years ago. Well, it's been a while, but going back and forth, my mom lives in Singapore, so it's a little bit wild to juggle being in two countries, having two things to handle in two different countries. So that took quite a toll on me and my mom. I've shared this before. My mom went through clinical depression and it affected me as well. So I also took a big break, and I think I'm very fortunate to be able to afford that. I understand this privilege is not open for everyone. It's not an open invitation like, hey, take a break, you can disappear for a year. I know that not everybody can do that. I had the fortune to be able to do that. And I think travel, food, movies have always helped me, like since forever. It's like a big deal for me. Yeah. Can you share what makes you happy? Okay, so two more questions. What makes me happy? I love being with my nephews and nieces. They are big contributor of my happiness. Truth be told, I'm the uncle, so whenever they become naughty or they are a little bit too much to handle, I can just leave. But generally, they do provide entertainment, joy, and peace, and they do give me a lot of laughter. It's something that I enjoy because, like, I realize that they have a really good sense of humor, and I am a big appreciator of like dry humor and sarcasm. So getting it from them, that makes me happy. That makes me really happy. What can you share your hopes and aspiration in regards to mental health awareness and stigma amongst the society? I think generally the Malay community and Malay speaking community does not know enough terminology circling around mental health, and it's always like kesedaran mental atau kesihatan mental, but these are words that we don't use every day. It's not everyday language for a lot of us, and even in music, even worse in music and entertainment, because you are there to entertain. You are expected to put a show, and most of the time when people see it as, oh, you're dolled up and you are here to sing my favorite song, we cannot show that we have had some black spots in our day, or we need to take a pause, or we appreciate some alone time before the show or after the show. People regard that as our characteristic, which, like I said, is not talked about in our society, especially in bahasa. It's not talked about. So I think for us to make any changes, is that we need to keep talking about the same topic. We need it to be a repeated message, and we need to recur this message until everybody understands that mental health affects everyone, every single person. And not everybody has the same strength level, pain threshold. Not everybody has the same things that make them cool or calm, or make their anxiety heighten. It's different for different people, and all you got to do is listen. My big tip is never to make it about you. When somebody shares to you, like, I'm going through a phase, I'm going through something, never, or like, oh, aku pun pernah macam ni, or aku pun selalu macam ni. That is like biggest trigger for people going through a hard time. Do not ever make it about you, but it's always about everyone. Second song, last song. So check it out.
Yang tulus ikhlas ingin sekali sekala dirinya dibalas, walau hanya dengan dakapan di angin lalu. Yang selalu memberi ingin sekali sekala jadi penerima. Cukup dengan salam dan manis doa. Aku ingin kau merasakan hebatnya cinta dan leburkan saja serpihan calar derita. Selamat ulang tahun sayang, ingin kau bersayap pergilah terbang, rentaslah langit cita-citamu, harap nanti kita akan bertemu. Selamat ulang tahun sayang, janganlah engkau tak terbang pulang, ku nanti penuh kerinduan. Selamat tinggal, selamat jalan. Aku hanya inginkan engkau setia, kerana setia yang mencipta bahagiamu. Selamat ulang tahun sayang, ingin kau bersayap pergilah terbang, rentaslah langit cita-citamu, harap nanti kita akan bertemu. Selamat ulang tahun sayang, janganlah engkau tak terbang pulang, ku nanti penuh kerinduan. Selamat tinggal, selamat jalan.
Okay, so thank you so much Ekspresi Committee, especially to Moja Husni for having me. It's a big deal that I'm part of this lineup. I pay big respects to everyone in this show today and tomorrow. Thank you for joining, and please do your part to contribute to the cause. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum. Kita kembali. Terima kasih kepada Imran Ajmain yang baru saja menghiburkan kita. Bukan sikit. Boleh dengar tepukan korang. So, untuk seterusnya, kita ada a special guest from Mile High Sound Studio, an international music producer, a really handsome DJ, We have Ruben Samuel. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me again. This is a really special special talk, and yeah, I'm really grateful to be on here.
All right, wait up. So I'm gonna put a spotlight on you. All right, here we go.
Hello, everyone.
So are you ready for your session?
Sure. I mean, why don't we kick off by perhaps you introducing what the topic is, and then I can dive straight into it. That'd be kind of cool.
All right. So if I'm not mistaken, I already got lost your message. Tapi, so we have Ruben here to talk about how to use audio to learn about yourself more for self-awareness and personal growth. Correct?
Personal growth, absolutely right.
So,
Right,
how does that mean? Like, yeah, definitely you're gonna elaborate more. But I'm it's very interesting, how really sounds can actually affect your health directly. So take it away.
I think, well, feel free to interrupt me at any point if you have any
Sure,
questions.
sure.
So I think a great sort of like starting point would be to talk about where the definition of personal growth come from. Well, I mean, growth in itself is development, and development can be growth as well. The whole thing is very personal, which is kind of a, how do you say, like a bit of a cyclic way of looking at the whole thing. But ultimately, we can kind of agree that personal growth is about, you know, developing your capabilities and your potential, building human capital. I mean, what I'm reading right now is it's kind of like something that's quite baked into Wikipedia, but I'll get to a point about that later. Facilitating employment, so making yourself a little bit more employable, and also like enhancing quality of life. Now, what's really funny about this, taking a quote from Wikipedia, is that it actually has a bit of a bracket reference that says, better source needed. Now, what's cool about that is I completely agree, because personal growth is, in fact, very personal. And it's not so much about the parameters, but it's more about identifying and being aware which areas work for you best. I think that's number one, to kind of figure out where you stand in a certain area, and then work out how much weight you want to put into certain areas. Now, it can all seem quite, I think, daunting to, like, where do you start and so on. But I think a great place to start would be what we do in the morning. If we're going for a meeting, if we're getting ready for work. I'm going to use a mirror analogy. Those who know me that are watching know I've got some very random analogies out there, and I just kind of drop them. But they help me explain an idea, and I hope that it works the same for you as well. So don't quote me on this, maybe quote me on this, but numerous studies have averaged, look, when I say numerous studies, there's nothing really scientific in terms of like the methodologies and so on. But there is a kind of non-conclusive average that the average human spends around 55 minutes collectively in one day in front of the mirror. Now, there are some ways of looking at it. The majority of those that look at that metric kind of go, well, that's really narcissistic. But it actually isn't narcissism if you look at the flip side of what the whole purpose of a mirror is. I mean, a mirror is a tool. It's a utility. Nice sunglasses. Those won't show up in a mirror because they are superimposed on your Zoom call. Anyhow, back to what we were talking about. Yeah, so the mirror is a utility and a tool. And if it's not for narcissistic reasons, I think it's pretty much for other reasons, such as making sure that you look appropriately dressed for a meeting that you're going to be having with people, or making sure that you're, you know, you don't have some random hair going on like me. Obviously, I have not spent much time in front of the mirror. This is kind of news to me, but however, you know, this is not about my appearance, it's about voice and sound and so on. The point is, we don't only do these things for ourselves, and we don't only do them for other people. It's a combination of all. So if we're improving our visual outlook and we need a tool such as a mirror to improve on ourselves, improving, again, quite a subjective word, what we're doing is perhaps we're improving ourselves so that we feel more confident in our environment, in our communications, how we portray ourselves, and ultimately that can potentially lead to better relationships that can be developed. It might lead to a better presentation. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit nervous because it's been a while since I've done one of these. But ultimately, it's all about how you want to frame yourself, and using your hands, you might do a little routine in front of the mirror, such as what I'm doing now, except this wide angle lens makes me look a little bit more crazy. However, all I'm saying here is that it isn't a selfish exercise to use a mirror, and we are ultimately using it to either improve it for someone else's experience of us or to make our offering better to someone else as a result of us feeling more confident. Now, all I'm proposing with today's talk, which is, how much time do we have, Moja? Is it about 30 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to keep it shorter, and then we can open it up for questions. But ultimately, let's now look at the utility as the microphone rather than just the mirror. If we can, as humans, spend collectively, on average, 55 minutes a day looking at a mirror and getting visual feedback about ourselves, what about the other component of communication, which is our voice? So all I'm proposing is spending 10% of that time using a recorder. Now, we've got some pretty high-tech smartphones. I mean, let's be real. Some of us are sometimes caught taking selfies. Maybe we just keep them on our phones and we don't post them up. The point is they do exist on our phones, and we do it sometimes. Once again, that is now our portable mirror in some ways. We might use that as a way of like figuring out, are we ready for this meeting? And once again, the same thing I talked about earlier. And it can remain in your phone, or it can go out as a, what's the hashtag? Outfit of the day. I've never done that because I haven't worn new clothes in 3 years. But anyway, that's another story for another day. So anyhow, as I was saying, 10% of that time. So spending 5 minutes a day opening up your voice recorder app on your phone. Now, by default, voice recorder apps on phones, they record in the smallest possible file. And that just means that it's got loads of compression. Compression means the quality isn't as good. Depending on whether or not you're on an Android or iPhone, there should be a setting to record it in uncompressed. If you need some guides on this, I will be posting a quick link to this on our Facebook page later, and you can refer to that. I'll post in links in the chat in a bit. Anyhow, so once you've done that, this exercise basically involves what you would do if you're in front of a mirror, except with your voice. Now, sometimes we feel we are getting a point across to someone, or sometimes we feel that we have a good way of explaining a topic of interest or maybe a topic of our expertise to someone. However, in face-to-face situations, we rarely have an opportunity to actually hear ourselves back and learn from that experience, and then hopefully improve on that the next time. We're actually, in fact, faced with not a direct feedback of our voice in terms of how it sounded, but more the consequence of our interactions that involved our voice. So I'm not saying go to every meeting and put a recorder in front of people and just start taping every meeting. That does violate a lot of privacy laws, especially without the consent. However, what I am saying is, just like the mirror, you don't bring the mirror to the meeting, you prepare beforehand. So this is not something that happens immediately. This is something that you can do progressively. It's personal growth. It's not personal makeover instantly. So a 5-minute task of reading to yourself. Now, it can either be dialogue from a script, it could be like headers from your potential keynote that you hope to deliver some point, or maybe your presentation to your team, maybe a love letter to, well, obviously your loved ones. I don't know who else you'd do a love letter to. Anyway, the point is that when you read that into the microphone, and then you play it back later, in some ways it becomes an audio diary. And when you listen to that message that you are delivering back to yourself, I guarantee that you will be able to pick up on ideal nuances and also non-ideal nuances. You know that feeling when you listen to yourself in a recording, you're like, irk, or you kind of like, you cringe. Cringe is the most common thing. And also, the idea is perpetuated in all the movies we see where the nervous person gets onto stage and they show a microphone being on stage, they walk towards it, and what do you hear? Tuk tuk, feedback, and then they go, hello, hello, hello. And what are they doing? They're actually trying to get comfortable with so many stimuli at the same time that it almost becomes incomprehensible, to a point where what happens? Stage fright. So there's already a gain by getting rid of the hello, 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 because if you've listened to yourself, not just once, I'm talking like over a period of a month, and constantly, not to a point where it's taking up your whole day and you're not having any meetings anymore because you're too busy recording, but if you're listening to yourself and you're taking feedback from it, I'm not talking about just writing notes. I'm talking about the autonomous process that happens when you listen to yourself. You will, of course, cringe, but that's completely normal because when you cringe, that's your body responding to you not wanting to have delivered it in that way. The automatic response will be to do it differently the next time. And this will end up resulting in more confidence in how you sound, and most importantly, the awareness of how you sound and how you can make micro adjustments along the way. A similar way, like this is a music fest for mental health. I mean, another thing that can be looked at is how musicians play instruments. You'll notice that violinists, of course, there's that technique called vibrato, where they're wobbling their finger, but they're also sliding to other notes. And what happens there is that there are micro adjustments being made along the way. Now, that doesn't happen straight away, but it happens over time. And that happens over time because of being able to hear the direct connection between the resonances of the instrument going in through your collarbone, into your chin, straight to your audio canal. And there's this resonance that's happening. Malleus incus stapes, I love those. They're like horsies, horsey parts. Anyhow, so it's that intuition, the awareness, that then allows you to make micro corrections. Your voice is an instrument of expression. And I feel that everyone should be able to play it in the most optimal way possible in order to deliver the message that they intend. And listening to yourself is literally the easiest gateway to achieving so with the technology that we already have in front of us. So yeah, that's just my big spiel there. Sorry I went a little bit, I don't know how many minutes that was. I tend to get lost.
Hey, you're doing fine.
Yeah.
I think that's just, I think about 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, I probably should talk slower next time.
That's great. So you are proposing something for us to get to know ourselves more by simulation of our auditory lah.
By capturing ourselves, listening back to it as a first step, getting familiar with oneself. I mean, the next step of this entire process would be perhaps doing simulated voiceover. Perhaps you could take some really cool dialogue from something that you feel that you might fit into, and recording it and sending it to someone and asking them for their feedback. I mean, ultimately, you're going to be talking to people, not to yourself. So that would be stage 2. Stage 3, I mean, go to a studio and record yourself and listen to yourself in that context. It'll be both scary, but it'll also be exhilarating, and that once again becomes another task that helps break down barriers of feeling nervous with oneself. You might not be nervous at all from the outside, but inside there could be a feeling of being terrified, and these are ways of easily conquering those fears. Yeah.
And having said that, revolving around that idea, how would you feel regarding in terms of when you record to listen to yourself just by the audio, like a voice recorder, and also compared to as simple as you mentioned people taking selfies, but also people do take selfie videos. So what about recording yourself both visually and with audio? Does that help as much, or?
Well, the reason why I was suggesting just using a voice recorder is because it removes another element of bias from the entire exercise. I feel having a visual connection with it is once again going to skew how we present ourselves. So separating these two as part of learning about oneself would possibly result in the best marriage of them later on. Combine them by all means, but I think it'd be a disservice to oneself by not exploring this in a very, very targeted, discrete way. That's my opinion on it, based on how it's worked out for pretty much all of our students in the last 11 years, and it's really, really interesting what's happened. What we do when we teach is we record all of our sessions. We give the student a headset, and basically the entire session is comprised of course, what we teach, the modules. They're very, very directed. But questions come along, and at first they come back after the first couple of weeks and they say, I don't like the sound of my voice. I don't like the sound of my voice. But it's like, but this is really important for your learning path, because these questions then result in the answer that I give. And then they ask me usually by lesson 3, how do you stand listening to yourself? I'm like, oh, thanks for the compliment. But I mean, what they actually mean is like the feeling of hearing
Yeah.
yourself. I'm like, no, I totally get you. So by lesson 5, unanimously, they are feeling like they can talk more. Their questions increase in time. They start opening up about friends, family, things that they're going through in life. And ultimately, after 2 months, it literally changes everyone. And this whole thing about personal growth, I mean, it doesn't just stop for yourself as someone trying to improve oneself. It's also from a mentorship and a teacher point of view, someone that's in the medical line, constant interactions with people. This chat we're having right now is personal growth. And I would be insane not to want to grow further and share this with people as well. But from this, I'm definitely going to watch this back with you over some teh tarik, and we'll go, maybe maybe Ruben, you could be a little bit more slow in these areas, and and I will definitely take that feedback because we'll be watching it together, and that would be good feedback. The next time I talk, I'm going to address that.
Yeah.
And that instantly will result in a growth in that area. Will it result in career building? Will it result in personal satisfaction? Will the intrinsic rewards be amazing? Yeah, I think I'll feel better if the results also show in terms of, are people happier talking to me? Are people picking up my phone calls a bit more? All these random things that happen. But I'm not saying be consumed with metrics either. I think metrics will also be the the demise of the human race if we focus too much on it. But at least being aware that, oh, you know what, I'm feeling less sweaty. I'm able to talk better after 3 months. That's something you can measure by the sweat on your shirt. It's measurable in that sense, and your nerves and how you interact, body language. Are you no longer putting your hands in your pockets? Are you no longer clenching your jaw? These are things that, as a person, if you are working towards self-awareness, you will pick up on these things, and hopefully that will be an indicator that you can continue on your journey. Yeah.
That's nice. What do you think about how getting to know yourself more, and how does that help with the main topic that we're talking about, your mental health?
How do you mean? Sorry.
Like getting to know yourself more through audio. How does that have an effect on your mental health?
Okay. Well, it's definitely a 360 situation. I'm a big supporter of the concept that before you help others, you should be able to help yourself. And I think if you are the best version of yourself, you'll be able to offer the right kind of aura in that sense to others. Taking care of your insecurities will give you a much stronger and supportive front to others, rather than what sometimes happens, which is a manifestation of insecurities in others, projecting. And these things happen, they do. But ultimately, if you're a clean slate and you're able to walk into a situation feeling as neutral as possible without bringing your things to the table, it's going to result in a much more conclusive interaction with, I believe, better results, because you've taken you out of the equation in terms of any negativity that might be currently within. That's how I, again, view the situation. Yep.
Okay, Chun.
In case you're wondering why my head's constantly going here and there, it's because your head is on one screen and now I'm here, but the camera is here, so that way I can look at you. But then I just realized if I look at you, then I'm not looking at anyone, and it gets a bit confusing. So I'm just going to stick here. Yeah.
You tengok dua.
But yeah, self-awareness.
There you
no,
go.
but really, it's kind of, I'm not really sure which looks better.
I think either one okay.
Yeah, cool.
Any okay, good. Yeah.
All right.
So, are you ready to take up any questions? Or
yeah, absolutely.
Kalau ada lah anyone who would like to say anything, discuss about what Ruben just shared, any questions regarding audio and sounds especially? Just feel free, buka je mic, buka je video, kita chilling session je. So sementara tu Ruben, can you share a bit of your background with us?
Sure. I was very, very shy up until 2000, which was surprisingly 21 years ago, which also surprisingly was when my journey in audio began. Audio changed me completely. I started the violin at 4.5. I used to kick my parents, like, let me play violin, which is kind of weird because like normally you get forced to play it, right? Bit of a background going into being bullied my whole life. Subject to racism in 1995 up until 2000 in Australia. Things got better in 2000 after the Pauline Hanson era. Coming back to Malaysia, going to London, coming back, and just having a lot of, how do you say, moments that I can look back on and go, audio helped me through every single aspect of it. It ended up becoming my career, not because only because I love it as a subject, but as a result of the emotional connections that not only I have formed in the process, but also how it's developed me and how it's developed those around me. So that's been mainly my core since I began, and also music brought me to my wife as well. Well, also Facebook, but that's another story. But music, ultimately, she became a DJ through a love of music, and I taught her how to DJ after we started dating, not before. Just to clarify. But yeah, that's in a nutshell what the journey with audio has been for me. I won't go too much in depth in that though, but yeah.
Oh, that's great. And any questions from the floor? Anyone? We got a lot of musicians inside here. I'm sure, because I know most of these guys. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. For ini Sifu Ableton, one apa? Macam mana Ableton certified trainer kan?
Who are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my BM's terrible. Yeah, you're asking me if I'm the trainer thing. Yeah. You're
Yeah.
asking me if I train live.
Yeah, you train people to do
Yes.
to do Ableton live.
Ableton live, yeah,
So
specifically.
yeah, Benny, you have anything?
Hi, Benny. Way Innovation Launchpad. How's it
I
going?
just bought a Launchpad X and I learned how to do live looping and stuff. And yeah, I was
Congratulations.
when I heard you talk about Ableton stuff, I'm actually Prisona Studio One user now and start go back to Ableton.
Yay!
I wanna try playback loops and stuff. So yeah. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I was thinking about like, you know, do you experience with like fixed length looping, that kind of stuff? I seems like I cannot find that thing. Only Push only has it. Yeah. Is there any way to do manually?
Yeah, there is. You can use a Max for Live script.
Max for Live.
Yeah, so there are Max for Live patches that you can use. There are quite a lot, which actually allow you to, like, you can map a button, which will then cause a clip that you're currently on to become a fixed length. Definitely not a related question to the topic, but happy to answer. No, it's cool. It's cool. We can have a chat after the thingy about
definitely.
Next, yeah, because there's a lot of resources on that. But yeah, the workaround is to use Max for Live, and it's not even a workaround because Max for Live is baked into Ableton Live, so you'll have a lot of fun with that.
All right, cool. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Hey, no worries.
Yeah, we're still on the same topic, Ruben. It's because audio. How if you know how to do Ableton, I think it will make you very happy.
Oh, absolutely. and using Session View, that's a great way to express yourself and to not get into what's known as mental blocks. I mean, I'd like to talk about mental blocks for a second. Yeah. I don't believe they exist.
Oh, really?
Which is a horrible thing to say, right? So what are the solutions out of mental blocks? I mean, you know, some people like to take walks. Some people like to listen to different music. Others like to paint, draw. Some like to sing something different. Some like to open up a brand new project and start. But what is a mental block really? It just means you can't go forward. But it's actually, again, very opinionated sort of response here. But it is a wall that we actually create. And I feel the most important step when a mental block is hit is not to get past the mental block, but actually go down to the core and figure out exactly what causes that wall to happen in the first place. And a lot of the time it's process and how you look deep into how you hit that road and that point where you couldn't go further in the first place. So numerous times it's me looking at someone's project when they've brought it in and saying I'm stuck, and what I ask them is like, what have you been doing to get out of this so far? So they, of course, they tell me that full line of things, like they walk around and so on. But I'm like, no, let's talk about what you do about it in the project itself. So they run me through how they take blocks when they're in arrangement view and they start moving chunks around, and then they play it back. Now they had an idea, or maybe they didn't have an idea of how that would sound, but that already took up a nice 45 seconds of time to try these different blocks out together. And they had to kind of like move around their arrangement. However, when I show them session view and how they can take these motifs and trigger them in different areas, and then they find something that sounds good, I'll ask them, you know, did you think that that would work? And they said, no. So I'm like, okay, let's hit a shortcut. Let's commit that to a scene. And then what happens is they immediately have passed that creative roadblock that they were experiencing. And it was all because of approach. So there's this fear about, you know, session view because it's not linear in that sense from the first bar all the way through, but switching over and changing your mindset and your sort of approach is definitely a way to combat that mental block.
Very interesting.
I'm not dissing mental blocks. I'm just saying I believe they don't exist and can be looked at differently. Yep. Yeah.
Okay, during the pandemic, Ruben, how have you been doing?
Oh,
how does the pandemic ever affect you?
Oh yes, last year I had a breakdown, like really major, like on the floor crying, buckled up, tears, needing help from people to come get me out of it. It was pretty real. It was just overwhelming because there was a lot going on. Before the pandemic, I did absolutely nothing online. It was something I always wanted to do, but you know, since opening the business in 2010, it never happened. But you know, fortunately, like a week before lockdown started, the very first one last year in, was it February?
March, yeah.
Yeah, March, right. So my little components arrived, my Artem Mini little HDMI splitter. I got my extra wireless mics. In fact, every time I teach or do anything, I'm carrying this little pack around. Sometimes I forget to put it in my pocket, and then you know, it kind of goes flying. But it's these little things that I wanted to implement to make things as smooth as possible. Because when the pandemic hit, it's like, what are we going to do, right? I mean, I'm sure we've all talked about this like at length before. But so yeah, everything worked out really smoothly. Why I had my breakdown is because everything just stopped working. Not the new stuff, my old stuff. And the worst part was because of the lockdown, I couldn't even replace my studio computer at the time. So it was a pretty tragic situation. And yeah, fortunately, yeah, things worked out and everything was looking up from then. And most importantly, my sleep cycle completely changed. But when I say that, I'm laughing because it actually changed into something that felt completely natural, and I was fighting it the whole time. I will honestly tell the public that I sleep at 6 a.m. and I wake up at 2 p.m. and it feels fantastic. But I get a lot of work done, and I've been very fortunate to be working with clients that are compatible with this timing. And in some ways, it's kind of like a symbiotic relationship. They know that I work best then, and they also work best then too. If they don't, it's okay. We have realistic deadlines that we can work with. And, you know, just communication once again, and being able to express these feelings. Like, for example, if someone says, oh, I can only do 8:30 a.m. Well, that's my face. I start to cringe, but I shouldn't be like that because work is work, right? But at the same time, burnout is real. And I burnt out at least 6-7 times during the pandemic in like 2 months. And it was just nuts. It got to a point where I was ready to shut down. But learning, again, funny story, I actually recorded my voice saying what I was wanting to say to the client before the call happened, and hearing back how I was delivering that message allowed me to then think, well, no, that sounds a little bit aggressive, I'd listen back again, I'd record again. And eventually, I felt comfortable with the way I was trying to get the message across, and I did, and everything was smooth sailing. So I feel that I could have ruined everything had I not done that exercise. And it's kind of like that whole thing, like take a breath, take a breath. When people tell others to take a breath, usually what happens is they walk away, and that gives them time to, well, breathe. But when you breathe, naturally it causes a stimulation to run through scenarios. And when those scenarios present themselves, great, you come back to it maybe on another day or maybe right after if you are cooled down. But all cooling down really is getting your core down to a kind of manageable area, and then not being in the flight or fight response area, and then also having a composed delivery to address what was not concluded at the time. So in my books, it's because it's online, we don't need to deal with that direct friendly, but it's very easy to also get into a very heated discussion on Zoom without taking a breath as well. And Zoom fatigue is real, and just, yeah, taking a step back. But when you take a step back, it's important to also be productive with that. Otherwise, you're just revisiting the same issue again. Yeah.
All right. So how are we doing with time now?
Good. Nearly
Are
6:30.
you are you feel to, how do you feel about sharing for another about 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, sure thing. Anything you have in mind, let me know.
Um, before we go to, like, if you want to say anything, it's my favorite question for everyone lah. What do you do to make you happy? What do you do when you go through tough times or rough days?
Well, number one, I've got my wife, which is a really integral part of that. I mean, apart from the attraction, she's hot. It's it's being able to bounce feelings and work through emotions. I think like with a clear sort of communication channel, and yeah, I mean that makes me happy. When she's happy, I'm happy. I mean, when she's sad, I'm sad, of course. But now we have a puppy. Now, when the puppy is sad, I get a bit sad. But then we make it our best efforts to make the puppy happy. So, what makes me happy? I don't know where I'm going with this.
The puppy must be happy.
Yeah, I wish I could bring the puppy in right now, but then I'd want to put a microphone on the puppy and I'd be going. So look, I'm happy right now. What makes me happy is communicating with people that want to push themselves constantly, and I'm very, very fortunate to be in a position where I get to meet people like that every day. My students, my clients. I mean, even being a teacher doesn't mean you don't stop learning. You continue to learn, and there's that constant interaction, which is personal growth for me as well. I'm going to keep tying it back because that's on the flyer earlier today. But yeah, teaching makes me happy. Studying sound makes me happy. Not just from a personal interest point of view and from an academia point of view and not from a business point of view, but also because it is the very concept of studying my interests that has brought me through tough times historically in my life and also seen me through to the point where I am today. I was never able to public speak. I was never able to. The concept of giving workshops 10 years ago, very foreign to me. But as soon as I started to go into these things I was talking about at the beginning of the conversation, which was recording myself and hearing, I actually fixed my fears through hearing myself. And I had a very bad lisp when I was in high school, and I actually had to fix it myself because I went to over 3 speech therapists and there was no solution. It ended up being audio that allowed me to actually identify how to rectify it myself. So I don't really tell everyone that, but I guess it came out today. And yeah, I was bullied for 4.5 years on top of being a foreigner in my high school because of that. And it all just got bundled into these really, really nasty things. So yeah, audio put that on me to make me feel like I can overcome this. Not because of what people do and make me feel bad. I mean, no one wants to feel bad. No one wants to be bullied. But I mean, hell, if you can do something about it and it makes you feel good, do it, but don't do it for other people. Yeah.
Definitely. As a musician yourself,
Yep.
in this era that we are living now, where everything is very fast, everything is online, and at the same time we're supposedly to reach endemic, or maybe going back to pandemic. What would be our roles to keep in check with our mental health, but also survive and go through what we have to go through now?
Okay, don't spend so much time on Zoom. Number one, I know we're on Zoom now, but number one, Zoom is a great company. It's a great problem solving solution, right? It keeps us connected, but ultimately we still have screen time to look after. I think number one, it's really important to monitor your screen time. We're really blessed now with our apps on our phone built into the OS that tells us like how much time we're spending on things. Of course, if you're using your Mac and using your PC, whatever it is, if you're doing desktop stuff, that might not necessarily be logged depending on the OS you're using. But keep a log of your screen time, even if it's just like in your notes app. Just scribble down. Okay, I've done 8 hours of Zoom calls today. Do not watch TV. Do not stare at phone. Put that shit away. Turn it off if you have to. Use your D&D function. This is really important. I don't think anyone should be on a screen for longer than 7 hours, actually, ideally. But I mean, let's be real. Sometimes it goes excessively. Why? Because it completely messes up your circadian rhythm. I mean, yeah, you can put blue light filters. There's so many things like, oh, blue light, just wear these blue glasses, do all that. No, but ultimately, we're still talking about habit and routine, and this bakes into when you eat and when you ultimately lie down. And if you've been exposed to screen time, then are you going to open up your phone when you lie down? That's going to then buy you another 2 hours of insomnia. And what next? When are you going to go to the toilet? Is that going to disrupt your sleep? And so to answer your question, number one, screen time. Number two, if you want to contact someone, it's very tempting to set up a Zoom room. You know, you and I do that a lot. Well, not that often. Actually, not that often. Miss your face. But what I'm trying to say is maybe just throw that stuff away for a bit and just do individual phone calls. That's helped me a lot through the pandemic. Just calling people. I mean, I video call with my mum a lot because I miss her face too, and my dad when I can. But he's always in the clinic doing deliveries. He's a gynae, and he's turning 80 next year, and he's still practicing, which is like, and he's got perfect 20/20 vision. It's insane. But I'd like to see them a bit more, so I do video call them more when I can. But however, everyone else voice calls. So that's my other tip. Just try it out because it kind of invokes a different part of emotion in your brain when you're not staring at someone at the screen. And being in front of the screen again after you've had a long day of work with your screen is more screen time. Again, it's not going to be a very personally rewarding experience. It can be more rewarding if you just kick back, put your phone on speakerphone, shut your eyes, put the phone on your chest, and just talk. It's not a new idea, it's not a new concept, but it definitely helps with, you know, winding down and touching base again in a really healthy way. What else? Take audio notes. The voice recorder thing. If you don't want to specifically target your personal growth in terms of how do I sound using the mirror analogy, why not just use it as an audio diary? I like to leave a little quick note after I've vividly remembered my dreams. I'll put my phone on the side, and then when I wake up, I'll just like either press that if my Apple Watch is not dead, or I'll press the record on my Apple Watch, and I'll just capture 30 seconds of what I remembered of my dream. And I've been doing this for the last 18 months, and I can guarantee you that it's increased my memory retention considerably in and across the board for anything I apply to. So, you know, again, answering your question, do things that challenge you, no matter how small, because every little task I feel leads towards better results, better mental health. And better mental health for you means better interactions for others.
Okay, great. We got one question from Matt, who asked this both on YouTube and also here in Zoom.
Oh, Matt Armitage.
Yes.
Is it Matt Armitage? Matt, hey, hi, Matt. I posted this question on YouTube. Hearing loss can create anxiety and mental health issues as someone who listens to music constantly and is in noisy environments. How do I protect my hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. I actually use a VU meter that measures dBSPL with A weighting and B weighting. The microphones in iPhones are surprisingly accurate. I will post a link to the app I use, but there are a lot of free options. And basically, what I like to do is just keep my monitoring levels, like when I'm working with audio, like around 70, 75, nothing higher than that. And but you're talking about though, like listening to music constantly. Well, I think here, number one, listening to music constantly is already not a red flag, but also something that maybe needs looking at into, such as listening to audio much softer. On Spotify, you've got your normalization option. I suggest using that because what that will do, it will take care of dynamics in a lot more controlled way than if you were to listen to it in its original form. So there'll be a lot of compression that is involved, and it will then protect your hearing. And then therefore you won't feel the need to blast it as much. But more importantly, if you have a situation where you're listening to audio in its original form and suddenly there's like peaks such as snares, like especially older music, mixes from, you know, the 70s up to the 90s, that's where snares had an interesting kind of character. Also, if you listen to funk is a lot softer, but the snares are not as compressed if you listen to direct cut records as well. So I would recommend turning on that feature in Spotify just to protect your ears from sudden peaks. And then from there, bring down your average level of listening. Another good way of calibrating the level of the music that you listen to is to do a voice call. Like say you're using like in-ear buds, call someone. And I've like literally 9 out of 10 times, not scientifically measures, like if someone's on a call and they call someone after they've been listening to music, or they take a call while they're listening to music, they always bring down the volume. And that kind of is a bit of an indicator of where we should be listening to music. So if that voice call was too loud at the setting that you were currently on, well, perhaps it'd be a good idea to maybe leave the level after the voice call and see how you feel about the music level after that. And just force yourself to listen to music softer. Also, noise cancellation earbuds, very, very handy because they actually work with external and internal sound pressure waves. And there's some phase inversion. It actually protects your hearing in a way. So that will then help you to listen to music in a softer way because you're not combating a noisy external sound and trying to hear above it. So if you don't have noise cancelling earbuds or earphones, well, you can always use more isolating ones. Open back headphones, the ones that basically allow sound to come through, they are theoretically more accurate. But if you're using them, you know, on the train or, you know, walking down the street or whatever it may be where it's really, really loud, invariably you're going to get a lot of external noise entering into the capsules and you will turn up the volume. And what happens now is you've got a noisy environment and you're also increasing the noise, which means now you're increasing the SPL and now you are harming yourself in that sense more than you need to. So perhaps change the equipment if you find yourself doing that, or maybe just address how you are listening to it. It's quite easy to get really like lost in music and blast things, but maybe we should look at it from a point of view, well, if I keep blasting the music that I enjoy for much longer, I'm not going to be able to enjoy that song anymore, which is a really, really dark way of looking at things. But yeah, it helps. Yeah.
Okay, last but not least, do we have any other questions for Mr. Ruben? Anyone? We got...
Hi. Hi, Bob. How are you? Awesome.
Tadi dia dah jawab dah.
Yeah, I kind of did answer it. No, but I also did not fully answer it as well because of the anxiety and mental health issues. Okay, so well, I mean, look, I'm not completely qualified to answer this question, as I'm not a qualified audiologist. I'm a psychoacoustician. I will answer it based on what research I have done, as I was studying and being in the field. And tinnitus is obviously the leading cause for anxiety and mental health issues when it comes to audio-related issues. So hearing loss, hearing that constant ring of a frequency is, of course, going to cause these feelings of tension and being uncomfortable. So I feel like those are the two separate parts. I technically answered the second part, but I'll try my best to answer the first part. I think, first of all, being aware of it is very important, and also going through a process known as desensitization. So again, this is another thing about self-awareness. Those tests that you take in a typical hospital, they tend to only have 5 measurable points. And when I say measurable points, I'm talking about frequency. And then they test them at different tones. So basically what you're doing is, when you do these audio tests, you're saying whether or not you hear the tone and at which level you hear it. And the problem with these tests is that they only go up to 8K. But a lot of tinnitus exists above 8K. Now, just because the person is hearing a frequency in terms of tinnitus, that doesn't mean they could hear that frequency earlier. There might have been some kind of trauma that happened, some very loud sounds that caused a deterioration in that part. So in the cochlea. So what I'm trying to say here is that desensitization is a process where you identify what frequency is actually the ring of that tinnitus, and then actually trying to find out what that frequency is. And then through a bit of process, again, this is not medical advice, I'm just saying what is actually, what's been discussed is to actually find that frequency and play frequencies that are close to it, and using variable amounts of gain. Again, this needs to be done with supervision, is to actually stimulate the hairs in the cochlea to kind of wake up. It's quite a dark art in some ways, but these things are linked, definitely.
Wait, so you stimulate the hairs in the cochlea by...
Well, I mean, not manually, but technically
Yeah,
manually.
yeah.
Like,
by playing the frequency that's near to the highest frequency.
Yeah, well, Mojo, here's the thing. I mean, until we have the technology to have nanobots crawling into your ears, which apparently is not that far away, or like really advanced stem cell, technology that can actually go in there and actually start rebuilding the hairs and the follicles. I think it's quite voodoo in a way. There are not enough studies in this. So like I said before, not medical advice. But I'll be honest, I actually did have a ring when I was DJing way too many times in a week, and I took a break. The tinnitus did not take a break, or the momentary tinnitus. I saw an ENT, and I basically self-therapized in this way, and it did solve my issues within 2 months.
Yeah, but because I think it's quite a major issue for musicians, especially, and when they say like how it relates, you say it's the most common thing that would cause.
Yeah, but also the old saying, right? Prevention is better than cure. So I think a discussion needs to be had with lifestyle engineers and the musicians to make sure that everything is comfortable for everyone. I mean, there's so many times where your foldbacks are way too, not loud, way too resonant in the presence range, which is where we actually need to be able to understand people's conversations, our intelligibility and everything. So, I think a basic necessity that should be always done, regardless of budget or anything, is definitely your musician's hearing, and a graphic EQ should be placed on the stage for the foldback systems for all musicians, no matter what. I feel like it's the most overlooked, easy to fix, not too expensive remedy for most live shows. It's done for most of them, but I'd be lying if I said I've been to a couple and there's just no graphic EQ. And you can see that the onstage musicians are they're kind of like pulling back because it's so sharp, but they need the volume as well because the front of house is so loud. So I feel like the best compromise would be to give the musicians the flexibility to cut these painful frequencies, because you can't be running back and forth with the FOH, who's all the way at the back as well. And it's not every time that you get like a stage mixer for your monitors either. So I feel like some power should be given to the musicians, and that could be a rightful step in the right direction. And also, every band should ask for this as well. I want control on stage off my fold-back monitor. It's not a bad thing to ask for something that's going to save you years of frustration and pain. And yeah, that's all I have to say on that, really.
But it's quite true when you put it in context where basically it's just graphic EQ lah.
I mean, it helps a lot. It's a small step. I mean, 31 band EQ, you know, just going, oh, I'd like to notch down that sensitive range. I mean, if you're feeling pain, what do? You try to remove yourself from the pain, right? Yeah. So if you're feeling pain,
your camera is like dancing, moving.
Oh, sorry. I think that is
okay. Oh, you're good.
I think it went wonky. Anyway, I'll be a little bit blurry for the next few minutes.
But yeah, I think that's memang practical lah. That's the basic answer for the issue, which is trying to protect your ears by doing lah.
Yeah, and also being aware. So another cool exercise would be to play music through an application. You know, there are free options like Audacity. I'm not going to recommend Audacity now because it's loaded with spyware. So that's just something to be aware of. But there are a lot of free applications. You can even use like a free copy of Ableton Live. Even though the trial expires, you can still drop music in. You can still use effects, and you know, load up devices like Spectrum. Spectrum can show you your full band of what kind of energies are going on in frequencies, and then drop an EQ after it, and then start to sweep so that you understand what you are hearing, not just as a musician, also as someone that listens to music. You know, on Spotify, you've got your EQ adjustment, and you know, you're obviously changing things, not just for enjoyment, but maybe because you want to get a better tonality that's not so colored or not so painful. So of course you adjust things, but wouldn't it be cool to actually get really intimate with the audio and then go, that's where the spike is. That's what that number sounds like, and giving yourself data to work with in the future. So definitely understanding frequencies will help a lot with the whole improvement of one's experience, not just as a musician, but a listener as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruben.
Thank
Before
you.
we go,
yes,
let's just quickly promote sikit, like our upcoming event called Disco Senyap Dua.
Ooh, looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So, well, we've done one together before using silent disco technology, wireless headphone parties. Well, why don't you tell me what's different about this Christmas party?
So this Christmas party, this time we're gonna do it in KL Pack, which is quite big and nice. And we're gonna set up 2 halls. Basically a hall for the electronic round where the band will play live, but also with the flick of a button, you could traverse to the second hall where you could listen to DJ sets. So I'm very pleased to work with Mile High Sounds again for selling discotheque. So you guys, if you want to know more about that, do head to Twitter and Instagram Alam Bunyian and also Mile High Sounds. Thank you. It's a pleasure having you, Mr. Ruben.
Thank you for having
that's
me.
a really sweet sharing session. Tonight we're gonna have like I think 4 artists again. So hopefully everything will be alright.
You got Moji in the house.
So thank you, Ruben.
Thank you so much, and
If you
thank you
have
everyone
time
for tuning in.
just join. Yep, thank you so much.
All right, take care. Bye bye.
So before we resume at 8 o'clock, we're just gonna go ahead to advertisements. Thank you so much everyone yang joining. Boleh please share on your social media, tweet about this session that we're gonna have. Tonight we're gonna have I think 4 more performances. Kasihlah kita share ramai layan event yang sambil berhibur sambil beramal. Until next time. kita bertemu.
As the global pandemic affects every aspect of our lives,
it has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
You may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone so that together
we can take steps of hope.
I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはHilang dan gerudah sememangnya tak sama. Kau tenangkan hati yang lama. Tenang ribu jiwa. Dan hatiku rindu, I wanna be alive. Melihat kau yang asli.
I have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature. At the core of man is the spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here, the akal, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. doing what I'm doing, easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There's also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I've been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it's feel like very numb.
My name is Farid Zahir. I usually go by Farid. I'm 25 years old and I was diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder when I was hospitalized in PPUM 2 years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long.
Hi everyone, my name is Zuleika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
global pandemic affects every aspect of our lives.
It has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
Please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
You may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
we can take steps of hope.
I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはどうな Kau tenangkan hati yang lama. Tenang ribu jiwa.
Kamar ini tak selamanya. Diri
Nangka pakai tanda ku nyamur dan nyerbo Palagi pari ucerai ku depom
Dan hatiku rindu. I wanna be alive.
Kau yang asli.
I have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature. At the core of man is spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here. The akal, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There's also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it's feel like very numb.
My name is Farid Zahir. I usually go by Farid. I'm 25 years old and I was diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder when I was hospitalized in PPUM 2 years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long.
Hi everyone, my name is Zuleika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
Affects every aspect of our lives.
It has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
Please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
You may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
we can take steps of hope.
I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはどうKau tenangkan hati yang lama. Tenang ribu jiwa. Bagaimana
have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature. At the core of man is spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here, the qalb, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There's also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it's feel like very numb.
My name is Farid Zahir. I usually go by Farid. I'm 25 years old and I was diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder when I was hospitalized in PPUM 2 years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long,
Hi everyone, my name is Zuleika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
global pandemic affects every aspect of our lives.
It has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
You may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
we can take steps of hope.
I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはHelang dan garuda sememangnya tak sama. Kau tenangkan hati yang lama. Tenang ribu jiwa. Dan hatiku rindu I wanna be alive. Melihat kau yang asli.
I have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature, and at the core of man is the spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here, the qalb, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There's also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it feel like very numb.
My name is Farid Zahir. I usually go by Farid. I'm 25 years old and I was diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder when I was hospitalized in PPUM 2 years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long.
Hi everyone, my name is Zuleika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
affects every aspect of our lives.
It has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
Please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
You may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
we can take steps of hope.
I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはどうな
Lang dan garuda sememangnya tak sama.
Kau tenangkan hati yang lama.
Kamar ini tak selamanya. Did it for fun, did it for lust.
Nangka paketan aku nyamor dan nyerbo apalagi baru cerai ku debom.
Dan hatiku rindu, I wanna be alive. Melihat kau yang asli.
I have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature. At the core of man is spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here. The akal, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There's also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it feel like very numb.
My name is Farid Zahir. I usually go by Farid. I'm 25 years old and I was diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder when I was hospitalized in PPUM 2 years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long.
Hi everyone, my name is Zuleika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
The global pandemic affects every aspect of our lives.
It has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
Please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
You may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
we can take steps of hope.
I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはどうだ Kau tenangkan hati yang lama. Tenang,
been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature, and at the core of man is the spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here. The akal, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There's also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it's feel like very numb.
My name is Farid Zahir. I usually go by Farid. I'm 25 years old and I was diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder when I was hospitalized in PPUM 2 years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long, you know.
Hi everyone, my name is Zuleika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
global pandemic affects every aspect of our lives.
It has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
You may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
we can take steps of hope.
I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはHelang dan geruda sememangnya tak sama. Kau tenangkan hati yang lama. Tenang ribu jiwa. Dan hatiku rindu I wanna be alive. Melihat kau yang asli.
I have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature. At the core of man is spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here. The qalb, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it feel like very numb.
My name is Farid Zahir. I usually go by Farid. I'm 25 years old and I was diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder when I was hospitalized in PPUM 2 years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long.
Hi everyone, my name is Zuleika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
affects every aspect of our lives.
It has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
Please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
You may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
we can take steps of hope.
I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはどうな
Lang dan garuda sememangnya tak sama.
Kau tenangkan hati yang lama. Tenang ribu jiwa.
Kamar ini tak selamanya. Diri dan hatiku rindu.
I wanna be alive.
Berikan kau yang asli.
I have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature, and at the core of man is the spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here. The akal, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it's feel like very numb.
My name is Farid Zahir. I usually go by Farid. I'm 25 years old and I was diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder when I was hospitalized in PPUM 2 years back. Generally speaking, how it feels like is that it's different extremes. One day I can sleep for 1 hour and I'll be fine. Another day I can't sleep at all. I get angry and sad some days, and different days I'll just be fine. Yeah, so it's that, and the feeling of hopelessness, of being not good enough and things like that. It's a constant thing in life, being numb, not being able to do anything. You want to be productive, but at the same time you just procrastinate because you just don't want to deal with things. So yeah, that is what I've been feeling all this while. So yeah, that's my story.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I'm probably the oldest in this group. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Life really became meaningless. If 40, now I'm 65, so it's been 20 years, and life really becomes to feel very meaningless after you go on for so long.
Hi everyone, my name is Zuleika and I'm 25 years old. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2015. For me, what it feels like to struggle with these illnesses is that I feel like I lose myself completely. I do tend to lose myself and lose my rationality and my sense of happiness and cheerfulness. So I would say that is how I feel when I do struggle with these things.
Halo, Assalamualaikum. Selamat petang. Ada orang ke tak tu? How you guys doing?
Hello.
Semua okey
Semua okey.
Handsome main.
Wih, macam tu tu.
Tengok muka tu.
Sekejap aku nyebutkan tengah masalah.
Boleh jemput semua kita share link live stream YouTube tu dekat Twitter, dekat Instagram, dekat Facebook.
So tengah guna mic ni. Assalamualaikum.
Apa?
Kau yang Assalamualaikum.
Asal tu tergambar pasport tu.
Kejap How's your setup over there, Zik?
So pening sikit. Sebab kita orang main backtrack. So daripada PC ni ke laptop aku. So kita orang stream daripada the laptop lah. Audio ke PC, input vocals pun ke PC. Lepas tu semua tu output ke laptop aku. And sorry lambat sikit masuk. Kita nanti kelang kabut tadi.
Tak ada, aku on time.
Okay, terima kasih. Saya cuba. Itu kelang kabut tadi, peluh-peluh ni. So benda buat jadi marah. What up, dudes?
How do we make you the spotlight? Macam mana tak kau je spotlight?
Apa dia? Tak dengar.
Sekejap, nak letak korang jadi spotlight. Tahu tak? Ada berdua je malam ni.
Kita berdua je malam ni. Sebab Iman dekat Pahang. Susah dia nak datang jauh-jauh. Alip kat Decathlon kerja malam ni. So kalau korang nak tengok Alip pergi Decathlon Bandar Seri Damansara tu.
Decathlon.
Weh, Moja. Fuck, lama tak nampak kau.
Sorry, dia muka aku barai gila. Tapi empty page, apa khabar?
Khabar baik.
Baik. Okey lah. Perlu lah sekarang ni. Tapi otherwise okay lah.
Kau nak share what you guys up to now recently?
Recently apa? Buka lah sweater tu Zik. Cannot lah. Ni PG punya show. Family friendly. Yeah. So recently we just finished recording the album sebenarnya. Baru je like a few weeks ago. Tinggal nak finalize lah, tinggal nak mix, master and hopefully drop the album. So tengah dalam planning lah, we're trying to finish up all the merch and stuff juga. Tapi
yeah. Album tu macam mana perasaan? Dah settle lah recording?
Ya tu, settle. Lama gila 3 tahun. Patut lagu Jika tu it should be like, yelah, the single in the album lah. Tapi Jika was like what, 2-3 years ago dah. Dia punya delay.
Yeah.
Tapi lega lah, siap. So, tu lah. I mean, the songs we'll be playing tonight pun like from the album. Yeah. Itulah.
Okay, Chun. Sekejap, kita tengok kat YouTube macam mana. Malam ni korang akan main berapa lagu?
4, is that okay?
Boleh.
Cool.
4 Okay, sekejap kita baca. Oh my god, cannot wait for empty page. Iman Nadira dia cakap. So, semua orang pun dah tak sabar, kita start dulu lah dengan lagu pertama korang. Take it away.
Alright, cool, let's do this. Dia bila online show macam nervous lebih tak tahu apa. Alright, okay. So let's start it off with Cahaya. It's a pretty old song. It'll be on the album. This one is called Cahaya. So if you guys know this one, sing along. Okay, so that was our first song. It was called Cahaya. Thank you guys so much yang ada kat sini. Oh, Iman Nadira, thank you for being here. Erika juga, Cahaya. I hope you guys were singing along. Tak tahu tak nampak korang nyanyi ke tak kan, tapi thanks lah. Monk Music, Iman. So siapa yang kat YouTube, Monk Music is our bassist, Iman. Thanks for joining, man. Thank you. Garang betul Tun Zack. Putri. Aku tak buka chat ni sebenarnya tadi.
Oh my, is the brother's effect.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you for being here, guys. Cool. So before we go to the next song, I just want to say thanks to Moja. Thanks, Do. And semua yang involved lah. Thanks for having us. Yeah, it means a lot lah to, for you to invite us. Thank you so much, Do. We appreciate it. Yeah, especially for something yang about mental health. So I guess for us, it's a very important thing. It's something that is very close to us. So thank you. It's an honor for us to play tonight. Yeah. Kita orang teruskan je ke, Moja?
Aku rasa kita teruskan dulu terus. Lepas ni kita sembang.
Ons.
Sebab muka handsome nak dengar suara handsome ke.
Hai. Syukran Daniel. Syukran.
Danny Klang.
Okay, cool. So on to the next song. This one is a new one of the album juga. Kalau korang dah dengar. Apa yang disconnect tu? Apa tu? Okay. But this one is called Tiada Arah. So if you guys know this one, hope you guys sing along. Hadis, thank you for being here.
Klik tu ada lah, klik.
Everybody,
Buat terakhir kali, biar ku tanamkan memori tentang segala.
klik tadi. Itu saja. Kita orang nak suruh korang nyanyi sekali. Tak nak korang lari tempo. So kita letak. Ketuk ketak. Kalau live performance pun kita akan letak klik lepas ni. So siapa yang datang show empty page lepas ni kita boleh nyanyi ramai-ramai.
Dia empty page ke empty space sekarang ni?
Empty page, aku saja. Sebab selalu semua orang do empty space, the empty page, empty pages. So sekarang kita orang rebrand jadi empty space.
Okay, so Zik dan Zack,
yes.
How are you guys personally? Are you guys doing alright? Macam mana benda kat rumah? How's everything at home?
We're doing not bad. Itu ibaratkan hati kami tak ada. Aku nak tengok cool tak kalau off lampu langsung nampak. But yeah, we've been okay. Zach, you want to take on the question first? Jawab dulu.
Yeah, been doing okay lah. Aku tak hati sangat jawab soalan sini sebenarnya.
Okay. Okay, I'll be honest. We're both like very socially awkward. So when it comes to like really personal questions, kita orang macam but yeah, alhamdulillah, like things are sort of going back to normal. So it's not as bad as it was masa MCO lah. So shit was pretty tough masa tu. Yeah boy, turn off the lights. Yeah, but
Apa korang buat kat rumah waktu pandemik? Macam semua orang jam kan? Just korang main game ke? Korang buat lagu, betul-betul asyik buat lagu ke? Korang chill-chill je?
I think the first MCO, we went a bit crazy because everything was new. We couldn't see anyone. We're stuck in our own heads. So hence why a big chunk of the album was written masa the first MCO. I think that was the point yang macam, fuck man, this shit is insane. Yeah, so it was a pretty bad phase masa tu. Nak buat apa pun, we couldn't really do shit. So I was just working. Zach with his recording, I was working like 3 jobs at that time from home. Tu yang lagi mental sebab dari rumah kan. But itulah, alhamdulillah, I guess it's all getting better. It made for a pretty cool album if I do say so myself. Yeah.
Nice, tapi memang aku pun mengenali korang personally juga. Banyak usaha kat social media lah. Maybe we haven't spoken in a while, but boleh nampak music plays a huge part in both of your life, korang dua. Is that true ke macam mana?
Yeah man, basically aku sekarang full time music lah.
Yeah.
So memang every day is music for me.
Yeah, I mean to be honest, daripada dulu lah, it's been, so kita grow up pun like our dad, he memang into music. He was in a band juga, like our late dad. So memang daripada kecil growing up, it's been a big part of our lives lah. Sampailah sekarang, and we're trying to make it a career. Tapi even if it's not a career, macam mana pun, we still need to fucking do music. I think that's the curse of being in music. I think everybody here can agree. Once you go into music, like, you know, fuck life, man. That's all I can do now. Siapa ni? Iman Fuh, dia kata alhamdulillah.
Tapi itu yang best tu sebenarnya, that feeling. And apa pandangan korang macam mana music ni dapat improve kesihatan kita dari apa-apa segi pun lah. And is that important for you all?
I would say sebenarnya, okay, I like that question. Sebab I think that question goes back to the main reason why there is this expressy, there is like all these mental health music shows, because growing up, I was one of those kids yang macam, when I listened to a band and then I felt like, oh shit, this band understands me, this song, fuck man, this is me. So if you're in shit, if you're like in a deep hole in your mind, and that one song kau dengar and fuck, you feel less alone lah. So partly that is also why I wanted to start writing music, because you know I wanted to be one of those bands that makes those songs yang orang dengar and then like, fuck, this is me, this is my story too. So for me, growing up, that helped a lot. To just be able to like drown in songs kan. Apa ni, ada point bila music impact mental. Lagi perit tak? Aku jawab soalan chat. Tak apa, kamu aja. Hello. Aku stuck ke?
Sorry, boleh. Aku lupa, aku tak unmute.
Macam meeting ni kan. Oh, sorry. I was muted. Akil, ada point bila music ni buat mental lagi perit tak? Also a very good question. So going back to Moja punya soalan tadi, for me music does help because you feel less alone when there's like, you know, songs that understand you. Tapi at the same time, tapi maybe because we are musicians good. So for me, first it does help when I'm in low points of my life, I write. At the same time, it makes me fucking insane. So it's about, I have very high expectations of the shit that we produce. So kadang-kadang bila aku tulis, when I'm trying to come up with melodies, with lyrics, and I feel like, fuck, this is not good enough, that is where the spiral begins lah. So I don't know if it happens to every musician. I don't know about you guys, if you guys can relate. Tapi for me, that is, so I have a very love-hate relationship with making songs.
And yet again, when you strike gold with what you're writing, it's always worth it lah.
That's true. A good example would be Bagaimana lah. Because Bagaimana was a very, very bad phase in my life. And I just wanted to write that, but I felt like shit. Macam fuck lagu ni memang sial. I fucking hate this song. Buat pun fakir cincai. Sorry, aku macam banyak mencarut. And then when we dropped it, ramai yang suka. It was very well received, and now it's the most played song on our Spotify. So thank you to the listeners lah. I'm so glad you guys like the song. And if I can just add one more point. I wanted to make songs yang I felt like orang boleh relate, would help people go through stuff. Yang orang rasa macam, this person is with me. But when we dropped Bagaimana and people started like listening to it, it was me yang rasa less alone, to be honest. So to the listeners, I am fucking grateful to you guys. You guys are fucking amazing. Yeah.
So that's a really good sharing session, saying that showing that how music dia bukan saja one way street, and it actually helps both sides.
Betul. It's not a one way street. Selalu orang macam, if you look at like videos kan, orang macam, this band like this band helped me a lot, this band ni. Tapi to be honest, it's you guys, the fucking listeners, that fucking make me feel less alone lah. So thanks bro.
Sambung lagi lepas third song boleh?
Alright.
Let's go.
Okay, so third song. Mana kita dah cakap pasal Bagaimana. Let's fucking go with it. So if you guys know this one, I hope you guys sing along. I cannot see you guys sing along, but nyanyilah seorang. I'll imagine you guys are singing along.
Kerana hati ini
It's time. Ready? 1, 2. Thanks guys. Thank you. Siapa yang tu lagu favorite? Hantar emoji ayam. If you guys like, bagaimana hantar emoji ayam in the chat?
Kalau tak suka emoji kucing.
Cool.
Tak jumpa lah emoji ayam.
Aduh.
Susah siut.
Ni Ain.
Ain pun. Oh,
Thanks,
aku ada ni, dia ada yang reaction ni.
Oh, nice.
Apa salah ayam? Okay, itu saja kita lari sekejap bila tadi tengah sembang pasal how music helps both ways, and then kita got to this third song. So riding on that so how do you feel about people saying musicians play a role, an important role to advocate about mental health, to write songs that makes you feel better, and also are expected to entertain you, but at the same time people tend to forget that they are too human. So macam mana tu revolving around that topic?
Okay. That's interesting question though. I feel like that's a very relatable question. But I also agree with the point that I feel as musicians, because we have this platform, we have this platform that people will want to listen to the songs and everything. So I feel like it's dia macam Spider-Man. So I feel like in a sense we're like musicians are like Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. So being able to make music, making something yang evergreen is a power in itself, but it is also a curse lah. So much I was saying today, sometimes it can be a double-edged sword. Like I want to make songs that people can relate to. I want to make songs that help people, but at the same time, it fucks me up lah when I feel like, okay, because I put that expectation on myself. So I don't know, as other musicians in the chat, if you guys can relate. I mean, I know a lot of you guys like very closely, very personally. So I'm sure banyak boleh relate lah. Sometimes we have a lot of expectations kat diri sendiri, and that creates pretty bad mental health juga lah. So it's that bukanlah hypocritical yet. It's ironic. It's ironic. Maybe that's why a lot of musicians like kill themselves. I don't know, man. Because you're making art and you always have that expectation. You want it to be better and better and better. But at the same time, we're doing it for the fans juga. So we want them to get the best. So yeah, can I find that balance lah. For me, it got really bad, really bad. Sebab tu lambat juga sell album tu. But yeah, I'm getting treatment sekarang. I'm on fucking meds, so it helps a lot. So like I said, you need to find balance, find something that can help you not go crazy with it. Yeah, because it's a good power. It's a good thing to have this responsibility, I guess.
At the same time, I think we need to remind ourselves it's just music, man. It's just people just listen to it to feel better. So at the end of the day, it's just music.
Yeah, I mean maybe two different Zack dia still boleh beza. Okay, it's music. He does it. It's I tend to get a bit too emotionally involved in the shit. So that's dangerous. Don't do that, kids.
And
Stay in school.
Don't constantly try and try and make something every day, because it really starts to suck when you start not enjoying making music. So that is also a dangerous territory.
Okay, can I give a question to the host pula? Terbalik pula. Two-way road. So, man.
Dalih. Let's move on.
Fine.
Tak adalah, apa dia.
Tak, aku just curious lah, like, you know, what made you want to do this as a mental health thing? What made you want to reach out to, you know, people who are struggling with mental health?
Well, to me, I got this idea actually. Terfikir waktu when I was working in the emergency department, waktu COVID third wave hari tu lah, which was very intense. And then at that moment also for the past year, memang ramai musicians yang reached out to me, DM talking about how are we going to survive through this, like even mentally pun susah, physically lagi lah dengan pandemic, tak ada job apa semua kan. This we are talking about musicians yang besar-besar tau. So let alone musicians yang independent. So and then when I was dekat emergency department, every day ada suicidal cases, every single day ada cases yang depressed, anxiety, many phases of mental disorders lah, bipolar ke kan. So and I feel macam it hasn't been highlighted much lah how benda ni adalah satu stigma for everyone. So sekarang ni lagi lah on top of that, how musicians ni yang selama ni entertain you, but when they are going through tough times, they are not being highlighted as well kan. So I think that's why that gave me the idea to bring this to highlight lah through this event.
But yeah, it's awesome, man. It's awesome that you're doing this to highlight mental health awareness, and secara tak langsung we were trying to kurangkan the stigma like, because I feel there's a big stigma against like voicing out that you have issues. Dia orang macam, oh, you know, why are you saying you're depressed? Yeah. So it's good that you're doing this. I respect.
Okay, thank you korang semua. Studi nyanyi apa? Studi sekali lah. Benda ni takkan ada lah kalau aku buat seorang. So you guys wanna say any last few words before kita wrap up for empty page at Expressi?
Cool. Anything? Okay, cool. So before we end with one last song, what last song?
Ikut kau.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So this last song, kita cut sikit lah. So there's no backtrack. There's nothing. We just wanted to make this an intimate one with you guys. So it's one of the songs that sort of reignited us in music lah. And so before we go, I just want to say thank you again, Kak Moja, and everyone involved in this, and especially everyone in tengok, everyone in share. It means a lot to us. And if you guys watching this, if you're going through like mental health issues or anything at all, I hope you guys voice out lah. Because okay, quick shout out to one of the people in the music industry yang I feel always advocate mental health is Kak Jen. And personal story, she personally helped me out when I was going through a very fucking bad phase, and I was like, fuck, Kak Jen, I cannot fucking deal with this anymore. I'm going insane. I don't know what to do, because macam Moja cakap, people don't talk about it. So orang tak tahu, how the fuck do I find help? How the fuck do I not want to kill myself every fucking day? So yeah, alhamdulillah Kak Jen yang sort of, you know, introduced me to a psychiatrist and everything. So moral of the story, if you guys feel like there's anything at all that is wrong with you guys, it's not wrong with you. It's probably something up there. And benda tu treatable. Like when I started my treatment, it was very fucking bad. But when I started the treatment baru, rasa macam, wow, is this life? Inilah orang biasa punya kehidupan ke? Because I just realized that I felt dead for a long fucking time. So when I started treatment, ada warna, hidup ada warna apparently. So I really hope you guys find help. And if you want to talk to any one of the band, if you want to talk to orang yang tak apa nak betul juga, you can reach out to me. I'm not too right in the head either. So yeah, this one is for you guys. You guys were going through stuff. This one is, yeah, this is from us to you. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this empty page punya journey lah. Yeah. This one is Jika. Thank you guys so much for Empty Page. Thank you, Moja. Thank you to everyone here. Thank you, Expressi. You guys are the best. Thank you so much.
Alright. Terima kasih Empty Page. Kita akan move on with our next performance. Kita akan ada Alien Lipstick Fire. Do we have James inside here? Ada tak? James ada tak, James? James. Kata dah masuk, tak masuk lagi. Kalau macam tu, kita akan berehat sebentar untuk memberi laluan ke iklan kejap. Sementara kita tunggu Alien Lipstick Fire. Terima kasih banyak. Aku rasa tadi sesi yang best lah dengan Empty Page ni. Terima kasih banyak, Abi.
Moja.
Ya, saya.
Awak kat tempat kerja ke?
Taklah, asal.
Tak ada, kita perasan awak macam pakai baju biru.
Baju.
Oh, okey. Mana tahu awak ni kan super multitasker.
Saya lari daripada show tadi.
Gila gempak.
Alright.
Baik, Moja. Thank you, Moja.
Thank you. Hype Master. Okay, James, tak apa. Kita layan sekejap.
As the global pandemic affects every aspect of our lives,
It has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
Please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
Or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
you may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
We can take steps of hope. I'll bring away the pain. どこから見出すことはどうだ Kau tenangkan hati yang lama. Tenang ribu jiwa.
Kamar ini tak selamanya. Diri dan hatiku rindu.
I wanna be alive.
Bagikan kau yang asli.
I have always been a very driven person. I used to be a perfectionist, and it helped me to achieve the numerous things in life. But slowly, things around me changed. People started to disappear. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but I did realize something had changed inside of me.
For something that can be seen, which can be easily identified, diagnosed and prevented, that for physical illness. For something that's concealed, hidden very well by the person, but cause so much problem, that's the difference between physical illness and mental illness. From biological perspective, brain has chemical substance which can affect brain's function, which then affect the way we think and behave. Normally, more than just the physical factors, more than just the food and nutrition that can affect the brain's function. Before we make a diagnosis, we examine patient's life from different perspectives. We take schizophrenia as an example. In regards to illusion and hallucination, modern science tend to conclude the symptoms are related to changes in the brain. We will examine the patient's looking for other factors which could be related to social, psychological, and also the biological factors of the person.
Around that time, I realized that I was constantly worried about things that I couldn't control and fell into a deep dark hole. I then realized it's not that people were disappearing from my life, but it was I who shut myself out to the whole world.
We are a multidimensional creature. At the core of man is the spiritual essence. The one that translates the mind or the spiritual activity is the brain. The brain translates the mind to the external world. The mind can be translated as, and the akal here. The akal, we can call it as the spiritual heart. We are led to believe that this physical reality is the only reality there is. Doing what I'm doing easily detect that there are other hidden forces. So where's the place of the brain in all this? What is the connection between the brain and the spiritual heart? The very core of man is the heart. It's manifested to the external reality through the brain. So if the heart is corrupted, there will be some effect on the brain. So if you treat the heart, automatically you are also treating the mind.
If you know about anxiety and depression, you know that it's not a full-on thing all the time. It comes and goes, and you learn a lot of coping mechanisms.
There's times that you will be fine. There's also time that you feel that everything is like very dark.
Communication is a vital part of treatment. If we don't talk, if we don't speak, people may think that we don't have problems.
Throughout my recovery, I found that physical, mental, and spiritual are interrelated to form a cohesive treatment.
I'm frightened.
I'm isolated.
I'm numb.
I'm very exhausted. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. My name is Amina Johar. I have been diagnosed with MDD and anxiety disorder for 2.5 years. What it feels like to have this mental illness is like you are in a constant storm and you feel trapped.
Nama saya Zainal, dah didiagnose dengan dysthymia dan anxiety disorder. Saya dah didiagnose selama 2 tahun. Rasa seperti robot, tak bernyawa. Sampai kata tak boleh buat apa-apa pun. And it's feel.
Hello.
Hello guys.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear us?
Yeah, perfectly clear.
Are we speaking?
So now, sorry, what?
Are we speaking to Moja?
Yeah.
All right.
The boys.
Nice. What's up, man? Sorry, so sorry for the technical difficulties, man. It's
Hey, no
suddenly.
problem, no issues.
Suddenly.
Still just.
We're kind of in a kampung area at the moment.
You're taking the blackout.
Yeah, tapi yang penting jalan lah kan.
Jalan je. Yang penting you guys are here tonight. So
yes.
Thank you so much for wanting to join the event.
Hey, thank you so much for having us as well, man. Thank you for inviting and the acknowledgement.
By the way, to everyone here in the Zoom, you guys feel free to unmute your mic. I didn't restrict it, but only during the performance, especially just mute it. But right after the performance, you guys can unmute and then clap your hands, or you guys want to talk to the performers. So right now we have Alien Lipstick Fire. Woo! Welcome to Expressing.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Where are you guys doing the live from?
Right now we are at an area called Kundasang.
Near Gunung Kinabalu.
Yes.
And it's freaking freezing.
Wih, cool gila kat Kundasang
Yeah, dekat kampung lah.
Alright, why not you guys take it over? Kita boleh start dulu.
Alright, definitely. So, hello everybody that's watching. We are Alien Lipstick Fire. We had a little technical difficulty, like 10 minutes before this show. There was a blackout where we're playing suddenly. And then 10 minutes after that, when the show started, the line went out. So we had to wait a while for it to come back. We couldn't even inform anybody that the line was out.
We were stranded.
We were just like sitting ducks for a little while there. But yeah, we're good now. We're here now. And We're gonna play a few songs for you.
Songs for you guys.
So we hope you enjoy them.
Yes.
What are you playing for song?
Simple Sister.
Okay. Get a hard one first. Okay. All right. So this is a song called Power Lines. It's the first song of our second EP called The Late Hours. And if you like it, check it out. Okay. Okay. Let's go. You're lying to yourself again. I'm on my own, you're not my friend. I need to tell you.
I saw you there last night and you were staring at me. I had to fight you up to let go finally.
I was wrong, you were out of line. You were twisting words, you were twisting my eyes. You were gonna fix the power lines. Maybe someday, maybe not this time. I was wrong and you were out of line. Something just in my eyes. Think I'm gonna cut the power lines. Maybe someday, maybe not this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Whew. Sorry, it's 14 degrees where we are.
14, 12, 11, I don't know.
We're doing our best to not shiver so much.
Anyway, yeah, we're releasing a music video very soon, probably in about 5 to 10 days. Yeah, about 5 to 10 days. It'll be out soon. It's an animation video, and for whoever that's interested, stay tuned, because we've been teasing it on Instagram. There's no official date yet, but it's really soon, and we're excited to share it with you guys. So yeah, to those who are here, thank you for checking us out. How do I see? Can see. Oh, okay. Anyway, we don't want to take too much time. We already took a little bit of time with the difficulties we had, but yeah, we'll just move on to our next song. Our next song, which is what? The other hard song. It's the other hard song. Oh, right. Okay lah. Ito na kan?
Yes.
Alright, let's do it.
1, 2, 3, go.
Even though I couldn't, but at least I tried. I tried, yeah. Time, I shine out light. Shine out light. Could have had the courtesy to ask. Could have had the courtesy to let me know I didn't know. Would you feel? Could you heal in time? In time, shine out light. Shine out light. Shine out light. Shine out. Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, whoever that was.
We haven't played in a couple of months, so this is our first
couple of months ago.
Show, which first show juga lah. We'll just call it a show. Performance together.
Yep.
In for quite some time, and thanks for joining us.
We had a couple run-throughs, but in a way warmer environment. So it's different, you know.
It's different in the cold.
All right. Excuse me. All right. So we will move on.
Yes.
To our next track. I guess what time is it?
It is.
It's
9.
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah. So we'll just move on to our next track and we'll finish our set soon. This next track is a song that we dedicate to this event because it's about being stuck in a rut. And well, without getting too deep, it's just about being stuck in a rut and being able to, no, not being able to, but about trying to change your perspective on things and, look for the better things.
Yes, hang in there.
Hang in there. All right, let's go. The song is called Can't Sleep. Oh, yeah, by the way, the song before this was called Torchlight, which is from our first EP. So if you like that, check it out. Alien Lipstick Fire. Yeah. So anyway, this next song is called Can't Sleep, and we dedicate it to this event. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Let's do this. Pretty cool. Oh, your hands are freezing, man. All right. Okay, let's do this before we hurt ourselves. Okay. 1, 2. Taking each step like you're not trying to survive. Wish you were dead is what's inside your mind. Give it a rest, yeah, you gotta take 5. Oh, things will get better if you look, you'll find, you'll find, you'll find, you'll find, you'll find, you'll find. Stuck in your head, yeah, you're stuck in your mind. Think you don't matter, but you wanna be kind. You should stick around, yeah, you gotta unwind. If it's not raining, we can go outside, 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 outside.
you.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Before we before we end our set, we're taking a little bit of the next set's time already. So we just want to say to everybody who is having a hard time here, we understand, and we ourselves have been just floating through, trying to survive, make it, and
you guys are not alone.
yes,
We're
hang in
this
there,
together.
everybody, hang in there. All right, hopefully sooner rather than later, everything will get better, and it can get better. You choose to look at the good things, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So this last song is called "Simple City." I think it's our most popular track, probably. Yeah. Without further ado, also we'd like to just thank the organizers for organizing this whole thing. They put a lot of effort into this, and we appreciate the invite, and just grateful to be here despite the circumstances. But yeah, thank you, and you. All right, let's go. Saw no one there, thought no one would care. I will always think of you that day. I will always think of you that way. Saw the light still on, didn't know what I did wrong. Can you tell me where you're coming from? Can you tell me where you're coming from? All right, thank you everybody.
so much.
Have a great night, and yeah,
Stay warm and take care.
see you guys soon. Bye bye. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
So thank you again, Alien Lipstick Fire.
Thank
We're
you.
going to move on with Chakoy next. Do we have Chakoy here?
Ada. Saya volunteer Cakoy lah. Saya Adri daripada Drama Cakoy dan ada di sini Matthew.
Yep,
hi. Hi, bros.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Doing great,
Yep.
bro.
We're doing good.
Yes. Sorry, cam ada technical difficulty sikit lah. Tak boleh nak buka, tak tahu kenapa.
Alah, belanja muka sikit.
Sekejap saya cuba lah adjust. Sekejap.
So, apa, kita chill je. Malam ni kita di sesi malam hari pertama Ekspresi Mental Health Music Festival. Kita ada baru tadi disajikan dengan sembahan yang best daripada Lipstick Fire. Next one kita ada Chakoy. So ini Adri Nazrin mana?
Nazrin ada juga tu, tapi dia rasanya tengok kat YouTube. And ada one is Apek is dia ada family matter sikit lah.
I see.
Dia join.
Okay, so Adri, you wanna give an introduction about who Chakoy is? How you guys doing?
Alright, for those yang tak kenal Chakoy is like kita playing math rock. Usually kita macam instrumental lah. Siapa yang tak pernah dengar math rock ke apa, bolehlah tengoklah pada video kita orang akan perform lagu-lagu yang agak mathematical sikit lah. So cubalah try melayan lagu-lagu yang agak susah nak sikit, nak tahu kena dengan tempo kan. So Matthew, boleh terang sikit pasal band kita ni jap.
Hi everyone. Yep. So I'm Matthew from Chakoy. So macam tadi Adri cakap, so kita punya band ni basically kita main math rock. Memang semua instrumental saja. So boleh kata macam one of our main influences itu memang macam band-band macam Chon lah. So kita punya lagu memang boleh kata complicated sikit. So harap semua orang jangan pening kepala lah. Okay, itu saja.
Alright.
Ataupun kita boleh cakap juga, I mean, okay, just short introduction lah macam pasal kita band members kan. So sebenarnya kita punya little bit of history kita punya band. Basically started with kita punya main guitarist Imran, Apek, dia punya nickname Apek lah. Lepas tu main guitarist Imran ni, drummer Adri dengan Nazrin. So diorang ni started the band as a three piece. Dalam setahun macam tu later baru saya join lah as second guitarist. So kita punya band ni dah daripada tahun bila Adri?
I think 2017 ke Matt.
Yeah, lebih kurang macam tu lah.
Yes. Kita orang pun dah ada EP, betul lah Matt? Dekat boleh check dekat Spotify lah, boleh type Chakoy, nanti ada semua lagu kita orang tu, first EP kita orang.
Ya, betul. Kita punya EP ni basically ada 6 lagu. Ada macam-macam vibe dekat dalam EP ni. So boleh check it out kalau siapa-siapa yang minat dengan math rock lah.
Okay, without further ado, kita start dulu dengan lagu korang boleh? Nanti
Boleh. Alright.
Nampak ke?
Yep, nampak.
Hi, we are Chakoy. First, we'd like to thank Moja for inviting us to this event, mental health event called Ekspresi. We appreciate the invitation. So we're going to begin with our first song. our first song called Killing.
So sekarang ni zaman ni banyak yang menghadapi masalah-masalah mental. Okay, so diharapkan you all always okay lah. Okay, orang cakap kita kena everyday kita kena prepare for your daily life. Kita kena ada apa yang kita nak in our life. Okay, so kalau korang ada empty minds or empty, so that's why kita jangan bersedih. Okay, Eddie?
Okay lah, aku pun ada few words to my friends lah. Ada juga selalu mental health lah dengan kita punya isu family, siapa kawan-kawan dia kan. So keep energetic lah, do something, activity ke apa kat luar, jangan asyik duduk rumah ataupun pendam diri sendiri. So if you need help, just call somebody yang boleh tolong lah.
Okay, thanks again to Moja for inviting us. Kita akan mainkan our next song. It is called Mulan. Okay, so Jai.
That was our second song, Bulan. Okay, sambung balik daripada kita bawa mental health tadi. Nak sambung daripada apa Eddie cakap tadi, jenis-jenis apa mental health macam depression, problems at home, problems with apa bini ke, problems with girlfriend ke apa. Kalau ada problem itu jangan malu nak minta tolong, jangan malu nak bertanya dengan siapa-siapa. Jadi sebagai satu kawan yang kalau rasa ada member yang tengah depressed ke, tengah ada apa-apa isu, pun jangan takut nak tolong dia. Jangan jauhkan diri daripada member. Apa lagi? Matt?
I think macam apa yang kita orang macam selalu kalau kita depressed kan, kita orang macam rasa benda tu memang kita seorang yang tengah menghadap. Tapi rasanya macam apa yang kita kena realise, actually macam dalam dunia ni ramai orang kan, basically population pun berapa bilion, so ramai gila macam sekali jugalah menghadap apa yang kita orang, apa yang you macam tengah experience lah, anxiety ke, depression ke. So apa yang you kena sedar, you are not alone lah. So never macam rasa macam kau seorang je yang tengah menghadap benda tu. So always seek help lah, don't macam suffer alone. Walaupun benda tu susah, tapi that's the way you get over it lah. So
lastly, if you want to make any decision, jangan buat, don't make decision by yourself. Minta tolong orang. Alright. Okay, so we're going to play our final song. It's called Mohd.
Thank you guys. We are Chakrai. Make sure to check our song in Spotify, YouTube, and everything. So thank you guys. Yeah, that's a wrap, bro. So thank you so much. Again, do listen to these guys. Apa yang dia cakap tadi, and also tengok band-band lain. Hope to see you guys again. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much guys.
Boleh unmute semua. I think they deserve a clap korang ni.
Thank you.
That was good. Woo!
Thank you so much, guys. Everyone that viewed our video.
Okay, thank you so much, Cakoy. All the best. I memang dah lama gila nak invite you guys for a gig dalam Bunyian apa semua, because I feel like you guys memang very underrated lah for the past few years. So keep doing music. Don't hold back.
Thank you so much.
Until next time
Alright bro.
Alright.
Thanks for invite.
Thanks Moja. Thanks to bro. Serious. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Kita jumpa dekat ni kehidupan sebenar.
Alright.
So
Okay.
up next we have math class. Woo!
Yeah. Yeah, boy.
Benny seorang ke? Ada
tu. Ada Vishal, ada Wen.
Hello.
Say hello. Come say hello.
Hi everyone.
We are all here.
We are all here.
Oh, you all
Yeah, Moja, I think you haven't met Brian, Vishal, and this Wen, right?
Brian bukan kita ada Discord hari tu ke?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Belum jumpa lagi di alam betul.
Oh, betul. One day, man, one day.
Action.
Dia tak boleh. I think at most 4 je yang boleh spotlight. I tak boleh nak add Shock lah.
Shock was out just now, yeah.
Okay, tak apa. So, you guys have 3 songs left. How about you guys give an introduction first? Sikit je, short introduction, and then we play first song.
Alright, Ken. Hi, we're math class. Brian.
Yo. We are math class.
We are math class, and we may or may not play math rock, and we're from Penang. Alright, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about the first song that we're gonna play. It's called Sugar High. It's basically now it's mental, in this we're gonna talk about mental health and stuff. So it's actually about my addiction on sugar, because I had, and sometimes I got anxiety and stuff. The first thing I took Skittles in a pocket. I will gobble up 3 pack of Skittles, and it's like euphoria, temporary euphoria. But of course I now quit and stuff. I already quit, I already sober, and yeah, I kind of stopped sugar. So yeah, this is the song that we're gonna perform, Sugar High. Alright,
Sugar High.
Sugar High.
我们抛开过去，来一场能火鸡，理论上靠毅力，说的那么容易，三言两语，一字一句，听着听着脑洞麻痹，转过头，别过山，闭上眼，忍过吧。要这3年岁月，你看看某某某，忍一忍就过去，你一样也可以，三言两语，一字一句，听着听着脑洞麻痹，每次我都觉得这就是这个差。甜蜜诱惑温柔邀约，说我就是罪，一颗一颗甜在嘴里，血糖飙起，多巴胺脑肥菜，心跳快好澎湃，感觉到。
Gonna need some audience participation here. Let's clap along, okay? All right. Say,
Oh my God， 我的神奇，真真心机，但我还可以。Oh my God， 我的神奇，有点耳迷，但必须继续。Oh my God， 我的神奇，真真心机，但我还可以。Oh my God， 我的神奇，有点耳迷，但必须继续。
That was Sugar High.
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
So yeah, that's that. If you feel the energy, that's the energy I had when I had a lot of sugar, and thanks to them, help me wrote this kind of stuff. Yeah. All right. Ken, please. Oh, that's Shop. Hey, Shop. Unmute. I wish, I really wish. Yeah, there's a cafe nearby called Jawu. Basically, they serve a coffee ganja where they put Red Bull and black shot coffee. You can try.
Thank you, Benny, for the info.
I'll take it.
Yes, Benny. Very cool.
Yeah. So I think our second song will be Neil. So yeah, Shock, you want to talk about Neil?
Okay. Well, Neil is actually about how time actually brings a lot of things, takes a lot of things away, like aging, and sometimes your loved one will leave you eventually over time, and it's also I also express a bit of how I wanted some things to stay the way it is, but I also acknowledge that it can never happen because the only permanent thing is that everything is impermanent. So yeah, that's the basic gist of the song lah. But we try not to make the whole song sound like just a sad theme. Like the whole song, the motif sounds very sad. Because like it's just a cycle of life. The change is the cycle of life. So yeah, it doesn't sound exactly like very sad or not. Yeah. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
All right.
滴答滴答，时间在催促，晃神瞬间随数换倍数，时间洗礼，却不为谁停住。不知不觉黑发开始褪色，笑着想着某些 走呢？时间洗礼，却不被谁停住。分开了，挽留的还是流过指尖，让我在他消散前，顺利多一点。纠结什么？究竟是梦？最后终究化为乌有，难可以吗？没事时候，也许真是我不需要。不变的是一切在变。纠结什么？究竟是梦？挣扎到底为了什么？即使明白结局之后，你依然在梦中有。纠结什么？究竟是梦？最后终究化为乌有，难可以吗？有些时候，也许真是我不需要。不变的是一切在变。
Oh, Neil.
Neil.
Neil. We nail it.
Neil.
Oh, sorry. Nice punchline. So yeah, Neil.
Yeah, we actually play a little bit with the song by using different time signature to signify changes also lah.
Fun fact, yes. What? 745441. So yeah.
What's the next song?
我快忘了.
Ah. Okay.
Alright. Moja, any question you want?
Yeah, any question?
Push, you want to ask?
Apa macam mana nak sebut ni dua song ni?
WKWL. 我快忘了.
Yeah.
快忘了。
Yes, Moja say 我快忘了.
我快忘了。
Yes.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, so later, this song is actually not yet released.
Yeah, it's not yet released. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But once it's released, the English title is gonna be WKWL.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
it is
it's
going to be
like-
released
On
very soon.
Yeah,
25th
December.
of December on Christmas, 12
Yep.
a.m. Anywhere in your time zone, 12 a.m.
Yeah. Jingle bell.
Math Plus Spotify.
Yeah, boy.
Okay guys, math class. I know some of you guys ada yang dekat overseas sekarang. And most of you guys are from Penang, right? And revolving around topics about mental health, usually what I can conclude most of them saying that what helps them the most other than self-expression is most of it supports from your colleagues. So how has that been, being in a band? Does that help? Being there's a support for you guys, and also being away from each other right now. How are you guys doing right now?
Yeah, we shall use already.
Okay.
We shall voice
Uh,
out.
Huh?
Say.
No, I think one of the most difficult things as a musician, I think any musician can agree, is just trying to find some place that you can fit in, whether it's a band or anything else. And finding a group of like-minded people is so rare. And we've known each other, at least me, Brian, and Wen have known each other since like when we were in high school, and then we met Benny because he was working in Bentley Music, and then from there we had met Shock and Sam, and immediately there was just a connection, and immediately for me, and I think for everyone else in the group, we just felt so comfortable with each other, and it's given a sense of family. So it has made it really difficult now, considering that when Brian and I are really far from the band, it does feel like a little part of me, at least, is still back home in Penang that I still really want. But the band knows this as well, that they are an outlet for my emotions, and anytime any of us is, down with something, if we ever need to talk about anything, we're all always there for each other, and we always place ourselves before the music in instances, because we know the music we release can't happen, the music we create can't happen without everyone working together to the best of their abilities.
Anyone else?
I want to talk about it a little bit since the next song coming out is quite long. Because actually the whole band came together because of this song initially. Because I was experiencing a not very pleasant breakup at the time, and it was in the middle of. Was it already in the middle of MCO? Yes, it was in the middle of MCO.
Yeah, mid MCO. Yeah, that's where.
And so at that time, I approached Benny to teach me how to use MIDI controller and stuff, and that's how everything started now. And I think at the time, writing music is a way for me to cope, because I feel like I wanted to prove something, prove my work, because that guy was also a musician. Yeah, so in a way, it helped me to find a sense of worth. And then later on, we realized that we can write more songs. That's when, that's when we decided to just continue, stick together, and then write more songs. So for me, music and the band is something for me to find my own self-worth.
Menarik. Thank you for that sharing.
Yeah.
So we have 2 more songs, right, from you guys?
Yeah.
Okay, kita teruskan dengan lagu bertajuk
Wo Kwai Wang Le.
Let me try this again. Apa? Okay. Wo Kwai Wang Le.
先不要乱承诺，认真的人会当真的。你写下不总笑着说，把这个角色送给我。我快忘了，也许我能不记得，理清了思绪，想了明白，明明就没什么好期待。愚蠢的是你的一句话，让平静的睡眠又泛起涟漪。离开前不要乱承诺，认真的人会当真的。你写下不总没什么，也把这枷锁送给我。理清了思绪，想了明白，明明就没什么好期待。愚蠢的是你的一句话，让平静的睡眠又泛起涟漪。离开前不要乱承诺，认真的人会当真的。你写下不总没什么，也把这枷锁送给我。我快忘了，也许我能不记得。
我快忘了，Yeah.
Yes.
That was damn. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Virtual hug. Okay. Can.
Last one.
Virtual. Yeah.
Follow our Instagram, social media, Spotify, then register already.
Okay.
So yeah, that was
amazing job, guys. How does music help you guys get through the pandemic?
Who wants to answer that? I think I answered the question just now.
Yeah, Brian, I think
I
it's
can
very
answer.
good.
Yeah, I
Brian?
can answer that. Yeah. Because now I'm currently a music student also, so I study music in Boston, in Berklee College Music. So that is something I do a lot of coping, because during especially this year and last year when it started with online school and stuff and with music school, and with a music student when you cannot like play music together, you cannot do that kind of thing together, it's like very difficult, and sometimes that took a toll on my mental health a bit, because it gets a bit stressful, like thinking that you're not, as a musician, you're not able to play, like and then you cannot control that. But I still constantly like write music. I post it on Spotify. I do covers on YouTube, you know. At least with that I still feel like I'm still creating something. Like I'm not just completely stopping. I'm still like keeping the momentum of, making music. And then a lot of times I also find myself when I just perform certain types of music, or I write certain types of music and lyrics, and it actually helps me like kind of get my emotions out a bit. Like if I at one point I do not know how to like express what I want to say, like just by like talking to people alone. Sometimes when I put that in music, I feel like I could get everything out, and that has helped me a lot. Yeah.
Thank you. Because I guess in a way everyone has their own way of expression. But to me personally, either musician ataupun orang seni, dia ada jiwa yang halus lah. We are all more sensitive in that sense. It could be macam tadi MTPH kata double-edged sword. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it eats us ourselves inside kan. But thank you so much Math Class for sharing your music, for sharing your experience, pengenalan. It's a pleasure to have you guys. Anything that you guys want to say or shout out before kita move on to your last song? Apa Benny?
I dah blur dah sekarang.
Siapa kat Penang jangan lupa singgah Bentley.
Singgah kedai saya boleh.
Ada discount.
Mention my name, I give you extra discount. Nah, okay. I want to say something that special thanks to all my buddies right here, bandmates and all those. Yeah, I think without them, I will not like continue do music and stuff. Probably I'm gonna stick into Bentley, do like work. I'm not gonna express my art and stuff. So with Brian help, with Vishal help, Vern, Shock and Sam, I kind of grew more, you know. I kind of can express myself more than that. So yeah, I'm very grateful with you all here. Once you all come back, I'm gonna cook BBQ for you guys now. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna do
Yes.
Yes, meat boy. So okay, so our next song is actually Sleepless. We have MV on that song. Check out Math Class Sleepless official MV. We have MV on that song, a music video. It's very funny, very colorful and stuff. So yeah, Sleepless. So Brian, wanna explain a bit what is Sleepless?
Yeah, this one song is one of our songs that the music go against what the lyrics actually trying to say, because the song title is Sleepless. Like we're talking about not being able to sleep. Why are you not able to sleep? Like because maybe you said something bad to someone and you think and you're trying to sleep, but you keep thinking about that in your head. Maybe you have something you stress about. You're tired, but you just can't get it out of your head, and then you're in this state where you're awake, but you're still in this dreamy state. You're hallucinating, like psychedelia, all that kind of stuff. Like basically what this song is about, like the lyrics. But then you have this music that's very groovy, like and stuff. It's as if the music is making you not sleep.
Joget.
And you're trying to sleep. Yeah.
So yeah. So okay, Sleepless.
Go.
睡吧睡吧，夜很深了，灯火灭了，闭上眼了。相聚了，睡吧睡吧，眼神了，快松开不自觉紧锁的眉头，别想别想，别太在意了，想了又怎样？也是醒在错梦的夜里，思绪万千，脑海肆无忌惮的开着。 不起你。我在想你微笑，我想你飞翔吗？还是都是我想象？如果没有如果，快松开步子，决定锁灯眉头。别想别想，别太在意了，想了又怎样？也许星子做梦的夜里，思绪万千，在多嘲讽声自己低落可怜的灵魂。睡吧睡吧，眼神太像了又怎样？这是夜里发的白日梦，不想眼前把可能的结局都给我演戏了一遍。睡吧睡吧，眼神太像了又怎样？云梯底下，光乱时又开始躁动，白衣在无声足间变得真的雨落。越爱越年轻，但我已不年轻，这不是我的想象。有时竟在做梦的夜里，思绪万千，脑海肆无忌惮地开着嘉年华晚会。睡吧睡吧，眼神太像了又怎样？这是夜里发的白日梦，不想眼前把可能的结局都给我演戏了一遍。睡吧睡吧，眼神太像了又怎样？
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, sleepless.
Sleepless, so I can't
Wow.
sleep.
Round of applause for math class.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, guys. It's very nice to have you for Expressi. Hope to see you guys soon again.
Yeah.
Hopefully in the near future dapat tengok korang perform live again.
Yes, we will.
Okay, so up next, we are going to move on with
Thank you.
Faz.
Fast.
Faz ke Faz? Sebelum ni I call them Faz.
Hello, we are Faz.
RFB sekali kan?
Oh, I've been talking to myself this whole time like an idiot.
What? You tak
You have to unmute. The thing is, sorry, I'm so old. I feel like.
Aduh, all this while you cakap seseorang ke?
Hidup selalu macam tu kan. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, oh wait, okay, maybe they're too busy. Okay, tak apa, tak dengar aku.
But thank you RFB, Grace. Anyone else Nadia?
We have Ayam and Abid.
Ayan, mana?
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. With the beanie.
I saw Ayat tadi, dia bilang. Ayat, Where are you? Oh yeah, there you go. Set, masuk. Mom.
Abid is one of the men.
Mana?
They're the one, the wavy hand.
Don't
Oh, you
move
can
around.
scroll.
Don't move around. Okay.
Yep. There we
Alright.
go.
Hello, anyone else?
That's all. Our
Okay.
vocalist cannot make it today.
Oh, it's okay.
Yes,
But
it's just the four of us.
thank you so much for joining Expressi. We are on day one, the first night session.
Mhm.
Sebelum ni kita telah disajikan dengan beberapa persembahan from many genres. Ada singer-songwriter, ada math rock, post rock, and then got indie rock. So now we're blessed to have Faz. Selamat datang.
Hello, we are Faz. Thanks for having us.
My pleasure. So do take over. You guys want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'll start first. My name is Grace. I'm from Faz. I play the keyboard. And who's my next? I don't know. Farouk, you wanna go?
Hi, I'm Farouk, or you can call me RFP. I play the upright bass and the electric moog.
Oh yeah. Okay, so hi guys. I'm Ayam, or some people call me Ayam Surga. So I'm play drum for Faz. Oh, okay. Abid crash.
Oh, so that's Abid. He plays saxophone, clarinet, and we have Lynn. You see in the picture there, the girl on the striped shirt. Yeah, that's Lynn. She sings. So there are five of us.
Okay. So kita buat pun Expressi ni, the event pun memang we plan to advocate about mental health awareness lah. People actually kita nak cakap pasal kita nak buat benda ni pun sebenarnya recently actually the topic about mental health sebenarnya gaining attention lah sebenarnya, right? To be honest, compared to what has been for the past few years, but specifically during this pandemic banyak juga yang terkesan. But to be honest, to me, I think macam freelancers, musicians termasuk are very heavily affected lah. So I don't know about you guys, kita tak sembang sangat. So if you guys want to share any experience or anything at all.
I think this pandemic is really challenging for all of us, for everyone. In fact, I just spoke to one of my students' mom, how she handled both housework, her work at the same time, the family responsibility. And then I think it just applies in the different approaches to everyone as an individual. And in the band, I think one of the most challenging one when pandemic struck us was not being able to meet physically. So we're all distant. Yes, thanks to the internet, but even with that, not being able to spend time in one space was one of the most challenging part that we faced. And then, of course, the real, how should I say, realistic one is finance part. Yeah, financially, a lot of things had to be on hold, so we had to find ways. Because for us as musicians, shows were cut and we had no shows going on. We just had to constantly think of ways how we can still sustain our creativity. And mentally, that's also challenging because schedule-wise, suddenly we're free. And it's something that we weren't used to it. Our bodies, physically, we weren't used to that kind of a schedule. So that's also another one. How about Farouk and Ayam?
Yeah. Okay, so basically from my side, for my side, macam mana we all cope. It's quite tough because like me, I'm fully freelance. Even though I'm teaching, but still I'm fully freelancer, teaching and performing. So basically 50% from the income is gone. So it's hard to you've been forced to find solution how to make a living with only 50% of income. Lucky I still have my teaching income, even though a lot of students drop out and things like that. But yeah, it's tough, and then you start to panicking. You don't know until when. It's very uncertain. No deadline, nothing. Like you see, your future is kind of there are no lights at the end of the tunnel and something like that. So yeah, it's quite hard. It's really tough. But uh, currently we managed to. Personally, I managed to able to hold on. I hope I can till next few years or what. But yeah, so far it's still okay, but it's still tough. I still feel still feel the effect until now. So yeah.
How about you, Farouk?
Tanya soalan ni patutnya macam nak tanya Moja sekali. Moja, how does this affect you especially? Actually, if you don't mind, thank you so much for organizing this.
No worries.
I think time macam ni, having someone to actually take the lead to start something off like this is one of the hardest thing ever. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you for joining. No problem. It's my pleasure. So go ahead. You wanted to say something?
It's very difficult, especially as a freelancer. Yes, I agree. But I feel like living alone for a long time already pasal anak yatim kan. So I have my bandmates who act as a family member. So anything happen, I always just go back to them being my makcik-makcik dan pakcik-pakcik. Ayam now is like our pastor, Grace is our mother, Abid is our father, Lin is adik perempuan.
Aduh.
Complete.
As difficult as it is, but being with each other really helps. I think that's one of the biggest message that we would like to share to everyone, and that is don't try to be alone whenever you're in doubt. There's always people around there for you.
Definitely. We've talked about it for during the day. I think itulah support, peer support, family support tu quite important lah. Especially when we talk about someone yang ada mental illness yang quite severe, the well-being of the caretaker also is important to take note juga. So tak apa, I think we can move on with your performance. You guys nak introduce anything ke before I buka?
We have about 3 tunes that we want to showcase here at this platform. And then these are some of the performances we did before. And then we would love to share this performance. And then some of them are live performance that we want to engage with you to revisit these live performances with us.
All right, without further ado, let's go.
Bittersweet, I couldn't handle its aftertaste. Willow trees withered leaves, they reminded me of my tooth decay. Silky sweet melody, I think of you in unexpected ways. Tainted sleeves won't go to waste, and then you walked away. Always in my mind you stay. Always in my mind you never shy away. I wonder why. This breathlessness takes me nowhere. So hold on to me, you can be free, like how we used to be, pale and green. I'll keep you strong even when you're long gone. Soon we will meet again. So hold on tight, it's just you and I. We can make this goodbye our perfect life. I'll still go on, though I can be wrong. Soon we will meet again. I wonder why this breathlessness takes me nowhere. Seems to me rearrange your remedy to counter pain. Soon you'll see I'd rather be. So hold on to me, you can be free, like how we used to be, pale and green. I'll keep you strong even when you're long gone. Soon we will meet again. So hold on tight, it's just you and I. We can make this goodbye our perfect life. I'll still go on, though I can be wrong. Soon we will meet. Soon we will meet again.
Thank you.
So it's you guys, yeah, the video is actually a full set of songs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you want me to play it all the way through?
I think we can talk about this song and then we can go for the next two songs after that.
Sure.
Yeah. This tune, I just roughly left it on the message chatting group. This is one of our latest single called Soon. And we've been playing together. I mean, this song we've been playing together just lately. Yeah, especially after the lockdown was lifted and we had more chances to play outside. And then the more we play, personally, I feel this song just gives me different kinds of realization. Yeah, you can literally interpret this song lyrically, but actually I think there are a lot more layers on this song that it just gets me so emotional. Yeah, even when I just listen, just watch the performance, it gives me another sort of a journey to think about my family in Korea and the people that I have not seen each other for a long time, or also my personal journey in this musical journey or whichever journey that we are taking on. Yeah. So, Farooq or Ayam, even Abi, do you want to explain about the song, how we came about?
Farouk, carry on.
Soon is a song that kita orang tulis together. Kita orang dah biasa tulis lagu banyak-banyak and then simpan dalam shelf and then once in a while, let's release new song and then tengok lagu apa nak release. And this was one of the one that we released recently because we realized that the third lockdown, that was the hardest so far. Pasalkan tahun ni je like buka tutup. But when that third one came in, although it was just 3 months maybe tak silap, but as a freelancing musician couple, it does feel like we were lost. At that time, I think the closest to what we had as a mental breakdown is we have no idea what's going to happen in the future for us, not just as a band, but as individual. So that song was written as a form of wanting to express our love to people, to everyone, our friends, that eventually we will meet each other again. Kita orang tulis, this one was written for my late parents, just letting them know that we are fine here, so don't worry. The message was all about not giving up or not thinking too far about what's going to happen, because eventually, things happen, but while we're still here, we're going to do our best to make sure everything is fine.
Thank you for that. Kita nak habiskan semua performance ke? Because I'm very familiar with Fest for lagu-lagu meriah lah, upbeat and happy, enjoy gila-gila kan. But that song is really different and memang dia sentuh parts yang special lah. So nak habiskan lagu? Or do you guys want to share anything else?
I think we can carry on. I think you guys explained quite clearly about that song.
All right, let's go.
All right.
I take off my shoes and I walk on the place. It's just so different than sitting in place. It's freedom I want, it's just freedom I get. But my parents used to tell me to come back at 10.
what you get. Don't be much his favorite stuff. Instead, I tell you one thing. You can't do anything because of what you do is what you get. Don't be much his favorite stuff instead. I tell you one thing, you can't do anything because of what you do is what you get. Don't be much to spend yourself instead. I tell you one thing, you can't do anything because of what you do is what you get. Don't be much to spend yourself instead.
All right, let's give it up for Faz.
Thank you.
So I wish and pray all the best for you guys. Semoga kita dapat tempuh lah this tough time together, and then kita enjoy bersama lah dekat luar nanti. One day. For now, keep strive for the best, just survive je lah, chill je, don't make it hard. Ni kepada semua orang lah, I feel. Tadi I share why I wanted to do this event. One of it is because when I was working in the hospital, rasa macam I think it's time lah, because the mental health punya, I guess, status dekat kita punya society ni quite bad lah for now. So as a musician, I think we are being placed in a position where we could influence people, and it's a choice for us to whether influence them in a good way or a bad way. It's our choice. So I think the best way to live is to do good things, kindness to everyone. So thank you again for you guys to join Ekspresi. Nanti kita jumpa lagi ya.
Thank you. Thank you, Moja.
Thank you.
Alright. So take care. Kita akan ada last but not least, the closing of the night. Patriots. Give it up for Patriots. Bayern. Hello Yin. Hello.
Hello je Hello? Okay. Okay, hello Moja. Hello everyone. First of all, thank you so much Moja sebab bagi kita orang a chance to perform, or not perform lah, be part of this. First of all, aku nak cakap yang a lot of musicians yang main tadi memang aku dengar masa PKP, semua aku macam anti-page kan. Anti-page really did like songs that really helped me not just as an individual, even also as a musician. Sebab bila aku tengok dorang, every time dorang keluar something, aku just rasa macam very motivated So I just like to say thank you to Anti-Page for doing what you guys do. Sebab dulu kan macam Anti-Page kan, they play something like rock, like pop punk stuff, right? So and then dorang main what they're playing now, it touches the heart. And also Chakoy, fucking amazing. You guys are really great. And Farouk, honestly, like a big fan of your project masa PKP hari tu. It gave me something to look forward to. So I selalu tanya Rina macam, when is the next one? When is the next one? So it's an honor to be like sharing the same program together. So my bandmates here are not here today. Some of them ada kat Bentley sekarang, and some of them are working. So we did something last night, very quick, and also just for you guys punya information, we're a pop mosh band. It's basically like macam nak cakap, a post-hardcore band, but also macam ada some melodies in between so this is our short set. We did it last night. So yeah.
Let's go.
Sedarkan dia, sedarkan dia, maafkan dia. Kadang-kali ku tidak sedar, pulanglah kembali padaku. Sedarkan dia, maafkan dia. Kadang-kali ku tidak sedar, pulanglah kembali padaku.
Thank you so much. That was Never Again. Yeah. Moja?
All right. So, Ayin.
Yes.
How are you, bro?
Good, good. I'm doing good. I think we all are doing better now, I guess, since we dah boleh keluar. But let's just hope it stays that way lah. It will kan, Moja? Is it like it will?
Apa dia?
Is it like is this kind of freedom is like gonna be a while sampai next year?
Aku pun tak tahu lah, weh.
From the looks of it, what do you think?
I think we're doing better lah compared to before, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
The worst was the third wave dulu.
Uh-huh.
It was the worst lah to me.
Yeah.
I think waktu kita orang ke hospital dah macam memang patients datang memang dah stranded. Normally stranded 2 to 3 people per day. Ni stranded 200 yang COVID patients yang positif. Yang to an extent people just medical assistants semua datang to pick up bodies.
Okay.
So tu yang macam memang bad lah. That state at that moment memang the mental health state for everyone semua memang quite low lah.
Mm-hmm.
Tapi I think now we're doing way better. It's just that we have to berwaspada lah kan. Tak boleh complacent sangat.
Like I'm just really curious kan, macam like how is it like for you guys yang like frontliners kan? Like how is it like for you guys seeing like every day macam orang masuk keluar, and I'm sure like different people, diorang like different personalities and different kind of reaction towards COVID. So macam as engkau individually, how did it affected you?
Oh, quite bad ke sebenarnya. Kan? Macam I mean to an extent kita orang dah quite numb lah. Sampai kita orang tak boleh tak ada. It's our naluri kan, naluri manusia untuk ada emosi, perasaan. Tapi when you being put in a position yang setiap hari tengok orang mati, setiap hari tengok orang cederakan diri, setiap hari masuk kita orang macam we have to do CPR all the time, and then feeling memang helpless, literally like you cannot help because of kekurangan equipment apa semua kan. Quite bad lah, quite bad. So banyak doktor yang dah quit. Kalau nak kata reality lah kan. My colleague ada yang everyday she don full PPE to help COVID patients until one day dia datang ke the emergency with her mother dia yang intubated and then pass away. So it affects us a lot Macam I datang lambat kerja, tapi datang lambat kerja tak prepare apa semua. Dia kata tak apa Moja, tak apa. You just have to do one job. You call this patient, this family member, inform dia punya mak meninggal. I'm like tak boleh. At one time yang I work where today the patient is way healthy, sembang tomorrow dah tak ada dah. Every day. So it's good to have people to talk about, share stuff with kan. Kalau bukan benda serius pun macam just to get all your burdens out, to clear your mind is important lah to me.
Yeah, true. That's really true. And I guess for you guys macam korang doctors kan, macam like I'm sure you guys don't talk about it on the job kan, or you guys do macam like in between of that korang cakap macam like like how are you feeling, and you like were you affected by it ke apa? Does it like happen after like dah balik rumah, or like betul-betul time tu juga?
Jarang. Yelah nak balik rumah ke apa, ataupun kalau during tu not all the time mungkin macam dalam seminggu sekali dua kot. Macam tiba-tiba dah havoc sangat apa semua, macam kau okey tak? Aku dah tak boleh lah ni kan. Tapi nak buat macam mana kan.
Yeah, betul, faham.
But yeah, thank you again, to be honest, as a musician myself and as a listener, you guys punya music, lyrics, all the songs semua sebenarnya it helps a lot in a lot of people. So as a musician, I think we have a role in that.
Yeah, true.
Also tadi kita ada empty page ada sembang pasal ni. Tapi what do you think about Ain? I've known you for a while lah. Lama gak kita
Yes.
lebih dari 10 tahun.
Yeah though, yeah.
And so macam I know how you evolve through music. You know how I evolve through music.
Yeah.
And how does that personally help you in your personal growth playing music? So macam tadi empty page kata play music ni bagus untuk pendengar, tapi sebenarnya orang tak perasan bagus untuk pemuzik tau.
Yes.
So for yourself, how is it?
I think for myself, I grew up to be a really introverted person. Macam aku dari sekolah dulu memang introvert gila babi tau. Even like masa sekolah dulu aku dengar orang cakap diorang main band and everything. Aku selalu nak tanya sebab aku takut tau. Takut like how they react to my question kan. So aku just macam dengar okay. So this is how they do it. So then like it helped me to like macam be more confident bila aku kumpul lagi. Okay, kita orang berlima, so aku kumpul lagi 4 introvert ni, which is my bandmates lah. Aku kumpul lagi 4 introvert ni, so aku cakap, you guys know what, let's do something. Masa tu kat sekolah. So I guess from there until now, the thing that changes a lot with us is on how we communicate with people and how we deal things, because in a way it really helps us bila kita orang masuk college and bila kita orang kerja. So I guess like being a musician, it helps your confidence and it helps you in your real life also. That at least that's for us lah. Yeah.
Definitely. And dalam penulisan lagu-lagu korang, most of us aku rasa selalu dia kata lagu yang paling berat adalah yang memang main perasaan lah.
Yes.
Which song yang biasanya yang you think yang you pernah wrote paling berat, and what is it about?
I think sebab before this macam aku tak pernah write anything that relates to me. Aku selalu tulis things yang macam is happening with other people, apa benda yang aku tengok. So macam I don't really write things yang how I feel. It's always what I feel is always being expressed on stage rather than on writing. So tu macam aku respect gila musicians like MTPH and a lot other musicians yang buat music yang macam lirik dia is really like very well written in terms of the placement of the wording and everything, because we know that they wrote it it's coming straight from their heart. It's something that I can't do it yet, but yeah, for me like I relate more to what people tulis daripada what I wrote.
I see. And what's next for Patriots?
I guess like masa
aku kena cakap aku kecewa aku tak masuk final ni.
Congrats Moja. You guys did really well, serious. Like with like your busy schedule and everything, and that you managed to like put that everything lah, the costumes, the show, the lights and everything.
Tak apalah.
Very
Tak payah
impressive.
cakap pasal aku lah. Pasal Patriots tu. Patriots layan tu.
Tak lah. I mean,
patut final. Aku geram tu.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's an honor to be part of that show dah. So I just think like it's great to be part of macam that kind of program dengan ramai-ramai orang yang kita tak pernah jumpa. Just like this, you know.
Betul. What's next for Patriots other than that?
Masa the start of COVID tu in 2020 we release our debut album which apparently macam kita orang baru nak start touring tahun 2020 and then COVID kan. So it kind of hit us hard macam sebab we spend like a year and a half to complete the album and then tiba-tiba COVID. So I think now the idea is to just like release single by single lah until at least the third quarter of the year 2022.
So, okay. Anything else before we move on to your last song after this?
Two more tapi dia pendek it can be just like satu lagu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything you want to shout out to?
One thing about tadi tengok math class main tadi kan, seeing how each and every one of them are really like close to each other and they are like really connected with each other, not just musically but also as like a collective. It's really great to see that because we all know like how hard it is to have that kind of connection with your band. Okay, I mean like me and my bandmates we have our connection but seeing that is just like is really heartwarming and it's really great that we musicians macam we don't just have our family to relate to, like to tell problems, we have our bandmates also. So I guess like the realization that I got like recently is that in order for you to like be a better person, you need to be good with the people around you, which includes your band lah. So macam when you're good with them, they talk to you. So I guess like something I'm going to imply more in the future.
Riding on that, I think being kind, being nice to the people around you, it says a lot about yourself juga lah kan.
Yes.
And then for us to be happy, we have to treat others how they wanted to be treated. Be happy juga, and we all deserve to be happy. Okay. So terima kasih Yen. Thank you for agreeing to join us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for the day. Semua yang perform live today, semua yang pre-record, put the efforts to pre-record, we really appreciate it. Teruskan share about this event because tomorrow kita ada lagi second day. Kita teruskan try to raise funds lah for the mental health support for musicians. Tomorrow we have Dr. Aida, my boss dekat Hospital Sedar. Right now I just transferred to psychiatric department. So my specialist will be speaking tomorrow. That will be interesting. So thank you again for today. Kita jumpa esok. Take care. Good night. This is Patriots. 2 more songs. Let's go.
I don't think I can take this. I feel so out of place. How much longer can I hold myself true? Can I ever feel safe around them? And will they ease my pain? Let it sink and put me out of this. Tapi mengapa harus berakhir? Masih tak cukup apa diberi seolah aku tenang pada dirimu. Where did it go wrong? It's what I ask myself. I still see you. What would you say from here to stay? What would you say from here to stay? Tapi mengapa harus berakhir? Masih tak cukup apa diberi seolah aku tenang pada dirimu. aku tulus. What if we had another way to make this work? Would you think of all the things we could have done differently? Seharusnya kau perlu pahami bahwa diriku ini manusia biasa. But I know it's not the end, and I know I can't move on. For all the things I know will miss, remembering power, letting go. For all I ask of, find me when it's time. Come find me when it's time. Whoa. Di saat akhir masih menanti, walau kau tahu kau kan kecewa. I won't believe you if you tell me that it's easy to forget. Then why are you still here? But I know it's not the end, and I know I can't move on. For all the things I know I'll miss, remind me why we're letting go. For all I ask of, find me when it's time. Whoa, whoa, when it's time. Whoa, whoa. For all I ask of, find me when it's time.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night everyone. Take care. Kita jumpa esok. Assalamualaikum.
As the global pandemic
affects every aspect of our lives,
it has definitely taken an enormous toll on our mental health.
If you are struggling mentally,
Please don't be afraid to talk to someone you can trust.
or call the Befrienders Care for confidential emotional support.
you may consider seeking professional help,
such as by consulting a psychiatrist.
Open up to someone about it so that together
we can take steps of hope.